Fat crib. Okay. It's clown free shit. MMG shit. I'm the same nigga, I'm the same nigga. 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 I'm the same nigga, same old street nigga. I'm the same nigga, same old trap nigga. I'm the same nigga, same old Mac nigga. I'm the same nigga, pulling in Mac nigga. Yeah, serve a nigga that fits. In the hood with a stick. Mindset get rich. On cuz that's it. I was working that scale. Really beating that pot. In the hood with that drop. Trying to ride me a drop. Selling work in my socks. Get the dough with my Glock. Pop a nigga through the peephole. Now that funny shit can get stopped. Hey, niggas know about the kid now. Yeah, niggas know you get stick down. SK hold 3 now. That 3 harm get sweet down. Ballin', bustin' fucking all these niggas hold now. Trust me, I'm clutching. Wrecked up in the geek now. Same nigga you hatin' on be the same nigga with your bitch house. Drunk and fucking your bitch mouth. Beatin' it down on your big cat. I'm the same nigga, I'm the same nigga. 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 I'm the same nigga, same old street nigga. I'm the same nigga, same old trap nigga. I'm the same nigga, same old Mac nigga. I'm the same nigga, pulling in nigga.
I'm the same nigga, still moving ground, send a dope. Move 100,000 chopaholic. Muscle gang, legs, little 10 shooters in a Uber. Pull up on your baby mama, pussy nigga. Same time, I'ma roll it, though the time wrong. Same block, niggas grind on. Same light, niggas shine on. I'm the same nigga with the Range Rover, ride dirty while the 12 rollin'. Cans ashing from the baking soda. I was cooking up the Coca-Cola. Fiends, how you dabbing for that check? Trap booming, I ain't missing yet. Same nigga from the same hood. Same gang got a Hollywood. Catching plays, I been running routes. 5 years, I'm gon' run it south. Ain't no secret, bitch, I'm in and out. Buying wings, stopping Waffle House. Sold stores, taking money back. Killing hundreds like a psychopath. Same nigga with a lot of cash. Same nigga with the same rags.
I'm the same nigga, I'm the same nigga. 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 I'm the same nigga, same old street nigga. I'm the same nigga, same old trap nigga. I'm the same nigga, same old Mac nigga. I'm the same nigga, pulling in your head nigga. Yeah.
We Japanese still. You getting cooked in front of your family like a Japanese meal. It's Yasub the Hibachi, and none of you niggas can stop me, but can't help but watch me. Listen, man. I am the Bond 2 of today, nigga. I'm gonna tell you why. Why? You know what I'm saying? I'm invoking my ancestry. Why I'm always on my EU 290 shit. See, my ancestors had the conquest of sub-Saharan Africa, where my ancestors pretty much eviscerated the pygmy and hunter-gatherer groups that existed there before. This is the new Bond 2 expansion, where my job as a descendant of the EU 290 clan, man, descendant of those males, that paternal clade, is to eviscerate the BHI pseudos that roam free in the internet streets. You understand? It's my job to take this iron and feed these dudes slugs. You understand? I got 12 plus 1, and we ain't talking about the Last Supper. That's what we here to do, man. Bond 2 expansion. See, the problem with you guys is you can't be critical of these guys. You can't be critical of Benayah. You can't be critical of ISUPKK. You can't be critical of IUIC and Elder Nathaniel because you have parabonded with these bastards. You love these bastards that go out and spread misinformation and damn near just lie, just flat out and lie about information and spread racial rhetoric after racial rhetoric. My ancestors died, were killed, hung, persecuted with this fucking ideology that you're using and spreading, right? And proliferating throughout the internet and using it as a vehicle to spread your poison and your fucking Nazi science. So my job is to invoke my ancestry just as my ancestors did. They wiped out the hunter-gatherers of sub-Saharan Africa. My job as a Bantu descendant is to take out you pseudo-ass niggas on the internet. And we got a lot to talk about tonight. Right? So I appreciate y'all reaching out, but tonight we got something to speak about. You got this nigga, this Black Hebrew Israelite cult member, Benayah, and I said that correctly. He's been a liar. Listen, man, I was introduced to this guy. I didn't even think nothing of this guy at first. He even shouted me out. Someone brought it to my attention that this guy is Fugazi. He out here passing out wooden nickels. I go look at his video, and I'm looking at his sources. Like, he's hiding information. He's not letting you see where he got his sources. He's cutting, copying, and pasting. Basically pulling the wool over his audience's eyes. He lied and said E1B1A was in a certain specimen, which it was not. It was a female. E1B1A is a male paternal group, not female, not mtDNA, dummy. So are you doing this shit on purpose? Or are you just out here misinforming people? I think you're doing this shit on purpose, but that's okay. That's what the Bantu's here for, man. We here to slide on you bitch ass niggas. Fuck the Black Hebrew Israelites. Fuck y'all, your organization of dysfunctional thinking and ideology and racist ideology at that. Something that was used and employed to keep an entire people group down and trodden for hundreds of years. It wasn't good then, it ain't good now. So I'm on your neck, nigga. You niggas be trying to be too sweet with these niggas, man. I'm here to upbraid. I'm not here to build you, nigga. I'm here to destroy you niggas. Every single one of y'all. Like I said about Gorilla Hebrew, Vanilla Gorilla. Anytime your name come across my desk, boy, best believe your ass is getting shot. Yeah, right? I got that iron for your ass. So without no further ado, you already know how I get down. We're going to analyze this nigga's video, and we're going to bring out and show and prove that this guy is a charlatan. He's a damn charlatan. And he got you niggas bamboozled and fooled over there. That's what we showing tonight. Right? You niggas have become mega churches. That's what you guys are. Mega churches. Right? Because that's going to be, they got, who gives a damn? I don't give a damn you had 1 million people watching. You're spreading falsehood. And the buck stops here, man. Like my brother says, slash and burn, man. Just like my Bantu ancestors. This is what we're here to do. Slash and burn this fake ass ideology, this racist ideology. You're trying to call people Neanderthals. There are no Neanderthals on the earth. You fucking idiot. Everybody that's on the earth, all extant humans, are modern Homo sapiens sapiens. They're not Neanderthals. We share a common ancestor with Europeans. Many of those Europeans are our relatives. What do I mean by that? When I say our, because Benayah, you might be Yemnaya, you dumb nigga. You might be Yemnaya. You talking about the Yemnaya. We're going to get into that. You misrepresenting that. Yemnaya is not a Hebrew word, idiot. It's Russian. It's a Russian derivation. They know those people did not go around calling themselves Benayah. That's what the scientists who discovered them called them. Just like when we discovered Neanderthals, we called them that. You guys are so idiotic. And it's disturbing at this point. But I'm going to do my job and talk to y'all like I'm supposed to. Because a lot of you guys have parabunded with these fucking liars. You are emotionally attached to these fucking liars. And that's why I don't bite my tongue, man. I tell you how it is. Right? We covered what happened yesterday with some para-nigga activity. We got some more para-nigga activity here with this fucking cult leader force-feeding this bullshit. And that's what's coming out tonight. I got my brother Sean Michaels in the building, chin checking motherfuckers. What's going on?
Shalom, family. What's happening? Yeah, finally gonna deal with this this brother. It's a long time coming, you know. He's been doing this for a little while now. Got to straighten out, correct some of this stuff that's going on. So, yeah, let's get into it.
We got the savant from the Levant in the building.
Hey, shalom. What's up? Good to be back. I haven't been here in a while with the gang. Can't wait to get into today's video of what we're covering, the white supremacy gene.
Yes.
You know, it's kind of funny with that title. I guarantee you that if there was a YouTuber, like let's say a MENA population, Middle Eastern, North Africa, or, you know, a white supremacist or whatever, that made a video titled The Black Supremacy Gene, I'm pretty sure, you know, there'll be uproar if they were to use things like the basal West African DNA that African Americans have and try to, like, you know, make it seem like we're some type of obscure non-human population. So yeah, or some type of Nephilim population. So yeah, coming across this Benayah video, it's like we got to have the same energy. If we're going to, you know, feel a certain way of white supremacists or, you know, MENA population talk about us, then we should you know, return the favor when it comes to how our people might talk about other groups of people. We shouldn't be biased when it comes to racism. All forms of racism shouldn't be allowed. So, but yeah, I can't wait to get into tonight's video and tell y'all about a few things. Actually, we are going to talk about, or I plan on in this video tonight, addressing the basal West African DNA that African Americans carry, as well as West Africans, which is actually older than Neanderthals and Desovians. And
say that again, man. Say that again, please, one more time.
Yeah, so
tell them the name of the population.
Yeah, West Africans like Yoruba, Mandinka, Gambian, and I'm probably missing a few others, but basically your typical West African populations that carry E1B1A, let me put it that way. They carry basal West African DNA at around 16 to 8%, I think, something like that. And basal West African is an ancient branch of archaic humans before the splitting of Neanderthals and Desovians. And I have a chart that I can show you, and I can pull up the paper as well. But basically, if we want to talk about archaic ancestry in humans, West Africans and African Americans actually technically carry the most archaic. There were one population that carried the most archaic DNA, but we carry the oldest archaic DNA, which is more important. Now, that being said, does that make us less human? Does that make us some type of Nephilim? No. No, it's just history. It's just genetics. It's just that.
I bet you he won't make a video on that.
Wait, say again.
I said, I bet you he won't make a video on that.
Facts. I bet he wouldn't. And that's one thing I do want to bring out tonight, because, you know, he wants to talk about Europeans having Neanderthal DNA. Well, African Americans have both Neanderthal DNA and basal West African. But pretty much all human populations have archaic DNA.
Exactly. Like, all of us. Every single human group, man. This is fucking silly. We are Homo sapiens sapiens. And it's a fucking shame that you got, it's 2023. like I keep saying, the phones have gotten smarter and you niggas have gotten dumber. It's a shame that you got people trying to dehumanize entire people groups based on skin gradation. The entire, spoiler alert, the video that we're about to reveal is all about how someone fucking looks. If you're pale, you're Satan. If you got melanin, you're heaven sent. That's what the nigga is teaching. And I ain't standing for it, man. There are no fucking Neanderthals today, you fucking idiot. No, all blue-eyed people don't come from Neanderthals. And here's another thing. Here's a strange thing. What is the fascination of you fucking PHI cult leaders with trying to associate people to Neanderthals? Like it's a fucking insult. Neanderthals are early offshoot of humans. They're still fucking humans. They're not mystical beasts. They're not fucking druids. They're not leprechauns. They're not Nephilim. They're humans. This is what I was talking about the other day. This is what I was pointing out. Instead of making videos, these silly fucking videos about end-time prophecy and Ukraine and all this dumb shit, how about you make a video about basic science, basic geography, basic math, basic English, basic shit, because you motherfuckers don't know a goddamn thing, man. You fucking idiots. Go ahead, take it over, man.
Yeah, like East Asian populations, they carry their own type of archaic admixture, which is called Denisovian. I don't think Benayah went into that. I haven't watched this whole video, so I just watched a few, the first 30 minutes or hour of it. But the East Asians have their own admixture, Denisovian. And even the Papua New Guinea and Oceania populations, like Australian Aborigines and stuff like that, they carry a pretty high amount of archaic ancestry, and they're just as black as in terms of skin tone as African populations. So it's kind of silly to make the assumption that archaic DNA automatically has to mean white genes or and things of that nature, because like I said, if that were the case, in Australian Aborigines and Papua New Guinea people who have very, very high amounts of this Denisovian DNA should be white skin, but they're clearly not.
Let's make it clear too. Let's make it clear that we deal with this. You brung it up about the men of population, but let's keep it factual here. We deal with men of population people, individuals in certain DNA platforms and other platforms on Facebook and other places that continuously throw this archaic DNA, this archaic basal West African DNA at us and tell us that we're archaic humans and we're monkeys and this, that, and the third. So what you're doing is no different than what we're dealing with the men of population. See, you don't deal with the men of population, Benayah. You don't deal with them. You stay in your little bubble and you spew the same hatred they do. You stay in your little bubble. You don't talk to them. You don't engage them. You don't do any of that. You don't even engage us. You don't engage any of us to have a discussion on DNA. You stand on your soapbox and you do what you do. You got your followers. You got all the followers. I think that video got probably about like 8,000 views already. And it's not even 24 hours old. And it's all BHI. It's all Israelites, and we consider ourselves, Israelites, but you guys are just over the top with it. Y'all haven't figured this out yet. And you keep making us look bad with it continuously.
Yep, that's facts. A lot of this stuff kind of sounds Nuwabian to me. I don't know. But that's
he run with your man. Ron Dalton.
Let me tell my brother more of this. I watched that video twice. Once, I had some time during work. I was going to go get something. I was able to complete the entire video. And on my way home, got home, dealt with the family, did what I had to do as a man, right? The man is insinuating that these groups are directly descended from fucking Neanderthal. That's what he's insinuating in the video. And we're gonna point that out. We're pointing that out. Fuck out of here, man.
One thing I would want to ask Benayah, I'm pretty sure I'll never get a chance to talk to him, but I would want to ask Benayah, does he actually think modern day Europeans paternally descend directly from Neanderthals? I wonder if he actually believes that.
No, he gonna confuse himself giving the answer because he's gonna say, "Well, they're Esau, they're Horites," because Neanderthal, the Horites, but at the same time, the Edomites, and it's so fucking convoluted.
It's so it's like there's 4 different biblical and then non-biblical lineages.
Let me give you a hint.
No deep study at all. No deep study. Just conjecture. They take some of the stuff they read. They take some of the some studies or some articles of some studies, and they take bits and pieces out of it, and it's like they patchwork together a story.
Yeah. And here's the other thing. So he says that Europeans have this Neanderthal ancestry, which is true, they do. But here's the other aspect of things. We know that during slavery there was RAPE going on, and there was a admixture between African slaves and European men. And most African Americans, if they take a DNA test, get around 20 to 30% European DNA. So wouldn't that mean that all African Americans have Neanderthal DNA, and therefore all African Americans have this white supremacy gene?
Yeah, also to let me back off of that, for all of the people out there that may be thinking that have done the 23andMe, and it says you have 0% Neanderthal DNA compared to the people that on 23andMe. It's not saying that you have 0 variants. It's saying that you have 0 compared to the people who have taken tests with 23andMe.
That's correct, right? Because I will get that where it says, "Oh, it looks like I have 0," but no, I have just a very low amount. But obviously, I have it because it shows percentage and then it shows variance. So it might be like you have 0% Neanderthal DNA, but then you got like 59 variants. So you have it,
right? It's just showing that you compared to the other people that have taken 23andMe tests. Is what that percentage is saying. Out of all the people that took that test with 23andMe, that pool of people, you're at 0. That doesn't mean you actually have 0%.
Exactly. Because if you take any other DNA company test like DNA Genix, which also tests for your Neanderthal DNA, it will give you percentage. And I believe DNA Genix is a far better genetic company, but I'm not going to get into that tonight. But it's definitely pretty good. Did you want to bring Adam on the stage, or just
no? You gotta handle business. Does the European DNA have to be white Europeans and not black Europeans? This is what's going to be brought out in today's show, because he's going to make a claim that white people replace black people, because he's speaking in the terms of race, meaning the complete elimination of the original Europeans was transmitted or happened or occurred during that time. And he says Benayah did it. Here's the fucking problem with that. Here's the problem. Those people that you're calling black Europeans are the ancestors of modern Europeans, you fucking dunce.
Yeah,
this is the idiocy we're talking about. This is the fucking idiocy we're talking about. People today that are a lighter hue descend from people of the past that had a darker hue. You fucking dunce. See, y'all get upset when I talk about y'all leaders because you pair bond and you are emotionally attached. Fuck him, man. He's doing a lot of damage. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, he is doing a lot of damage because, you see all of these people cheering in the chat, saying praise Yah and invoking the Most High's name in this information. And it's like, you do know he's kind of lying to you, right? Like, you're invoking the Most High's name in a lie. That's not very spiritually sound. But
another thing too, always saying, "Oh, the Most High showed me, the Most High." Remember, nigga, you when you say Most High, you're referring to your fucking self, you egotistical bastard. We're gonna get into that, brother. We're going to get into this. The Yamnayas were black, according to David Wright. Some of them were dark to black skin. Most of them were intermediate skin, meaning they would look like Ben Baby or Yemenis as far as skin complexion goes.
and zero pale skin.
Yeah, that was rare.
And they were a steep population. They were steep people.
The fact of the matter is, all, my bad. Go ahead.
Right. They were Eurasian.
The thing is, all ancient human populations were dark skinned at one point.
Right. There's no mythical beast living in Germany like this idiot said in the other video we covered. There's mythical beast there, the Nephilim, aka Neanderthals. And that's where white people come. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. You's a goofy ass nigga, bro.
The weird thing to me about No, I was just gonna say this real quick. The weird thing to me about trying to say Neanderthals are Nephilim is that according to the scriptures, Nephilim were supposed to be giants, and Neanderthals were like 5 feet. They're really short. So I don't get how the two are the same.
What exactly does he believe about
original? And just because you know the early populations in Europe were dark skinned, it doesn't make them Israelites. It doesn't make them African. None of that. Cut that out.
Yeah, cut that shit out. Every time you see darker skinned people, you always think they're the same. This is that racial continental theory that we've been fighting against for 100 years now. That's that same thinking. Black people equal you. White people equal them. No, there's a lot of intermixing going on here. It cuts across. Ancestry cuts across phenotype, language, cultures, countries. It cuts across all those things. Meaning you can have someone with a morphology of Ethan Hawke. If you don't know who Ethan Hawke, he played on Training Day with Denzel Washington. But is more related to a Yoruba person or a Yoruba male versus a European male or Iberian male. So looks have nothing to fucking do with it, which kills this guy's entire video, because his entire video is about skin gradation and how these people could have had a certain gradation of skin color or pigmentation.
I mean, it's obvious that skin tone has nothing to do with ancestry or whatever, because just look at his boy Teo. Teo twins carry G2A4, which is a Caucasian haplogroup. And Benayah knows that about 60% of African Americans carry E1B1A, but Teo phenotypically looks like a typical African American. I assume, I have never seen Teo Ministries faces, so I assume they look, like your typical African American, but paternally they descend from literal Caucasians, like Georgians carry haplogroup G2A4 that the Teo twins have.
Right. They come from early European farmers that probably came from Anatolia.
Mm-hmm. And
just like Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey's a fucking Yamnaya descendant. He's a M269 mutation, which is, associated with the Yamnaya expansion. Fucking Marcus Garvey, look at him. Look at his phenotype and his morphology, you idiots.
Martin Luther King. Basically, 40% of African Americans carry RI or some type of Eurasian.
Yeah. You guys come from the Bill Beaker culture. You come from all these different cultures. The Urnfield culture. These cultures that go back to prehistoric times during the Holocene in Europe. Does your maternal...
I'll be back. Give me a quick second.
Does your maternal haplogroup make you an Israelite too, even if your paternal is not? Today's show is not about who is an Israelite, and I really don't give a fuck about identifying as Israelite anymore. I'm not making any more videos about that shit. Maybe these brothers will. I'm done with that. You guys are stuck on idiocy. We need to learn real shit. We need to learn basic genetics. That's what y'all need to learn. The phylogenetic tree. Because we got people going around teaching that fucking Neanderthals are like space bandits or some shit. Obviously, we don't need to be having a conversation about Israelites any fucking more. Obviously. Let me put this video on before I go on a tirade, man. This is just retarded.
I'll be back. Give me a few minutes.
Silly shit, man. Don't come to me and ask me about no damn Israel. I don't give a fuck no more. I don't care. No more Israelite content. That shit's a waste of fucking time. Anyway, let me load this shit up, man. We're going to cover this. We're giving our commentary and criticism. So we are covered under U.S. Code 107. That is the Fair Use Act. Again, we are doing this under criticism and commentary. We are going to be doing some teaching and scholarships, and we are doing this for research purposes. So we are well within our right to review the video. You goddamn right. We got to get the basics, man. You motherfuckers don't understand the basics. That's the problem. That's why you keep getting bamboozled. Oh, we Israelites, can we? No, I don't give a fuck about that. Go find another channel. Now back to the task at hand, man. We are covered, and you're going to see the banner throughout the video. Fair use. We're going to review this charlatan's video. The BHI Benayah. All right. Voila.
All right. Okay, audio's good. All right, thank you, fam. Okay, so to answer this question about whiteness, right? There has been 3 major discoveries in science that has put this whole thing of white superiority to bed. And the first pillar, of this truth has to do with the Human Genome Project. So if you don't know what the Human Genome Project is, I actually have a few slides here. It says, it launched in October of 1990 and completed in April of 2003. The Human Genome Project signature accomplishment, generating the first sequence of the human genome. So they mapped the entire human genome, right? And it was a way for them to figure out what specific genes did and what their traits were. So that was a huge, huge accomplishment, for this particular project. But that was one of the pillars that helped to knock down or one of the pillars that helped to stand up the truth of what white supremacy is. So that's the first one, right? And let's see here. This is just a scientific article that goes along with it, right? So the complete sequence of a.
Here's the irony: sequencing the human genome actually broke away from racism. What I mean by this, these ideas that people of different colors, different cultures, different backgrounds are completely separate, like species, was destroyed when we started to understand the human genome. Because now we understand that everybody, all extant human beings, are closely related. We're not distantly far off from each other. We're not separate fucking species. We all descend from common ancestors within the last 200,000 years. That's what the fuck we figured out. So this is what I was talking about, Sean. Flashing titles. You flash a paper and a title, and then you start going into your damn rhetoric instead of reading the actual fucking paper.
Sounds familiar.
Human genome. And the next on screen here says the current human reference genome was released by the Genome Reference Consortium in it says 2013, and most recently patched in 2019, 400 years. All right, so that was the first one. All right, so first one, they were able to map the human genome, see what traits or what genes did what. And then the second major discovery has to do with the ancient DNA, right? So if you're familiar with like the archaeological side, archaeology, and they're able to, dig up bones, dig up pottery, using these, these certain artifacts that they're able to extract from the earth, and they kind of, piece together history. Well, one of the, major discoveries, advances in science was the ability to be able to extract DNA. So at some point, they were able to extract DNA from these old bones and old skeletons that they were digging up from the ground. And because they had the human genome mapped out and they know what genes did what, one of the genes that, actually a few of the genes that they discovered that had to do with skin color or skin tone, they were able to figure out who, the traits of the people that they were exhuming or extracting from the earth. So that was the second pillar, or the second truth that they discovered. I'm trying to figure out a good word for it, but major discovery to help put to bed this whole notion of white supremacy. So first one, they mapped the human genome. Second one was advances in ancient DNA. They're able to extract that DNA from the earth. And let's see here, just a couple of different studies, ancient DNA studies, new perspectives on old samples. It says, in spite of past controversies, the field of ancient DNA is now a reliable research area due to recent methodological improvements. So another thing to keep in mind with these, extraction methodologies is that they are constantly improving them. Even as we speak, they're constantly improving it, making them more efficient and making them more cost effective, and making them quicker. So that was the other discovery, major accomplishment, in this field that helped to put to bed white supremacy. And then the third one is they completed the Neanderthal genome sequencing. So just like they did for the, for modern day man, they did for the so-called Neanderthal. Now, if you're not familiar with the Neanderthal, according to science, they're not quite human. They're a subspecies. They live in caves.
Here go the trick bag. There goes the trick bag. What is he trying? What narrative is he trying to paint here? They're not quite human. What is he trying to say? This is how they usher in that Nephilim shit, ancient alien shit, secret alien shit. This is how they usher it in. This is where we go from science to Ridley fucking Scott. Prometheus. This is what we're fucking watching now. But since he got a science article on the damn stream, you was bamboozled. Oh, science says? No, it did. He did not show you where science said that. Where any scientist said that. They are human. Where the fuck are you getting this shit from? This is you just making shit up and injecting your black Hebrew Israelite bullshit.
Sit your ass down. Sit your ass down.
I mean, the idiocy and the nerve of this guy, man.
Can you go back just a few seconds to what he said? I want to hear.
The Most High is dealing with him, brother. So the Most High dealing with these lying ass niggas. Okay, all right. I'm not worshiping the same deity as you idiots. Promise you, I'm not.
Second one was advances in ancient DNA. They're able to extract that DNA from the earth. And let's see here, just a couple of different studies, ancient DNA studies, new perspectives on old samples. It says, in spite of past controversies, the field of ancient DNA is now a reliable research area due to recent methodological improvements. So another thing to keep in mind with these, extraction methodologies is that they are constantly improving them. Even as we speak, they're constantly improving it, making them more efficient and making them more cost effective, and making them quicker. So that was the other discovery, major accomplishment, in this field that helped to put to bed white supremacy. And then the third one is they completed the Neanderthal genome sequencing. So just like they did for the, for modern day man, they did for the so-called Neanderthal. Now, if you're not familiar with the Neanderthal, according to science, they're not quite human. They're a subspecies. They live in caves. If you're Bible thumper, a lot of folks believe that they're the Horites, because Horites literally means cave dwellers, and Neanderthals cave dwellers, right? So this
so he says that they're subhuman and that they're cave dwellers and that they're possibly Horites. There's a lot to unpack there, but I don't know if I want to at the moment, because I think
it'll take a while. It's going to take us like 6 hours to get through this damn video.
Yeah, and he brings it up quite a bit, so I'm just going to quickly just go over a few things. One, cave dwellers. There's nothing spooky about living in a cave. Most ancient humans lived in caves. In Africa, there's evidence that like Khoisan and Pygmy populations, some of them would have lived in caves around the time of the Green Saharan desertification. And tons of other human populations all over the planet have lived in caves because it's a place where you have a roof, walls, and one entrance. So it's a perfect place to stay and hide from animals that try to kill you at night and things of that nature. So it was just obvious that early humans would live in caves before they started making houses. Some humans lived in trees and stuff. But yeah, this whole cave thing, there's nothing spooky about it. African
Natufians.
Yeah, Natufians lived in caves, or they buried their dead in caves and stuff like that. I mean, Abraham and his family was buried in a cave. I mean, nothing spooky about caves. Horites and Neanderthals, he's going to bring this up a lot, but I just want to go ahead and say this early on in the video. Horites are a Levantine population that lived in the Bronze Age, or Bronze Age Levantine population. Neanderthals died out how long ago, Jashu?
30,000 years ago.
30,000 years ago. So trying to equate a population that died out 30,000 years ago to a Bronze Age Levantine population from like 3,000 years ago is extremely, extremely silly. I mean, even the Israelites themselves would have had Neanderthal DNA. A lot of people want to talk about, oh, the Edomites had Neanderthal DNA. Oh, the Horites would have had Neanderthal DNA. The ancient Israelites would have had Neanderthal DNA too. Yeah.
Dumbass. Exactly.
All ancient humans and modern. But that's all I had to say. Just you can play the video. That's all.
We do have an understanding of who the Horites could have been. There's a population of people. I guess we'll get to that later.
Yeah, we can get to that later.
Neanderthals.
Yeah, but that's why I'm just going to say the Horites were a simple Bronze Age Levantine population. Nothing spooky about the Horites. They're just a Bronze Age Levantine people, no different than Babylonians or Hittites or Canaanites or Egyptians or Cushites. They're just an ancient people living in the Near East. Nothing spooky about them. Literally nothing.
Let's go to the first paper. Let's just go to the first paper, man. Listen. Quick, fast cuts. All right. Can y'all see this? Neanderthal. Again, this is not what they call themselves. You guys are idiots. This has nothing to do with them calling themselves this. The people the anthropologists, the archaeologists, the scientists who discovered these skeletons named it Neanderthal because that was the location they were in. Right? That cave or whatever, right? Where they live, Europe and southwestern to Central Asia. When did they live? 400,000 to 40,000 years ago. Horites are in the late Bronze Age. There are no fucking Neanderthals. They're in the late Bronze Age. What the fuck are you talking about?
You're about 40,000 years off.
Guys are idiots, man.
And calling them giants or Nephilim, it says right there. What's their height?
Yeah,
5 foot 5 inches. The average height and the average weight is 143 pounds. I'm going to put this.
They were very short. And people try to equate the Neanderthals and then the Book of Enoch and be the giants in the Book of Enoch are like as tall as skyscrapers, but Neanderthals they were only like 5 foot. That's not as tall as like a skyscraper, or not even as tall as someone like Goliath in the scriptures, who was I think
they'll spin this, they'll spin it and say that these are the children of the fallen.
Yeah, but why would the children be 5 foot? You would
But
think
the
they would at
children
least
of
be.
fallen are the ones that produce the giants.
Well, look,
That don't
I'm
even
just
make
telling
any
you,
sense.
I'm making it clear to you what they spin is going to be.
All right, so overview: Neanderthals are our closest. I want y'all to hear this. Our closest extinct human relative. Now this is subspecies bullshit that you teach it. They're human, moron. They're fucking human. Now,
Yeah,
this doesn't even take that fucking long to refute.
yeah, they're not dogs or anything like that.
Stupid shit, bro.
I mean, it's kind of obvious that they're human because we managed to breed with them and have children with them. If we can't breed, like if a human has sex with a dog or something, you're not going to have like a high breed human dog. The sperm isn't going to do anything.
Not even that, but the children that were born to them were able to procreate as well.
Yes, like
They
we're
weren't
able to
sterile.
breed with these
Right.
humans.
They weren't
If
sterile.
they weren't human, we wouldn't be able to breed with them. Period. We'll just have they'll just be sterile. I think the term.
Yeah. Yes,
So,
there's
yeah.
a word. There's a word for this, man. I'm trying to remember it. But you have something in your reproductive cells that prevent the impregnation of the egg if it's a foreign sperm.
Yeah,
There's
if it's like a
genetic code.
dog or a fish. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the genetic code. You know. Anyway, let's go back to this damn train wreck of a video.
Third major revelation accomplishment was that they mapped the genome for Neanderthals. So now that they have the Neanderthal genome mapped and they have the human genome mapped, now they're able to compare the two. And they're able to figure out what, if there's any relationship between the two. And let's see here, it says, this is just a follow up on the Neanderthal genome project. Excuse me, family. It says May 6, 20. Actually, hang on a second. Expand my screen here. Here we go. May 6, 2010. Researchers have produced the first whole genome sequence of the 3 billion letter Neanderthal genome, and the initial analysis suggests that up to 2% of the DNA of the genome of present-day humans outside of Africa originated in Neanderthals or in Neanderthal ancestors. So basically, Europeans, and you have to kind of be careful with the wording here. So Europeans, when it comes to Neanderthals, have at least, or up to, they say up to, sometimes it's more, but up to 2% of Neanderthal DNA. So that was the other, one of the revelations that came out of these discoveries, those 3 discoveries, right? Able to extract DNA from these old bones, have these 2 genomes, have the Neanderthal genome and the human genome to compare. And all of a sudden, we're able to figure out what traits of the Neanderthal made it into the human population. And here's the scientific paper behind that. The complete Neanderthal from, you can see it there on your screen. All right. So, once these research papers started coming out, the scientific community at large started going crazy as far as started seeing all these research initiatives start spinning up, and people started asking questions. And this is where this firestorm was going on, but maybe we're not plugged into this topic or this thread and we missed it. But these are the questions that they were asking. They're like, how a genetic mutation led to the white race. Well, what does that mean? Well, let's look up the word mutation just to make sure we're all on the same page. So mutation is an alteration in the genetic material of a cell of a living organism or a virus that is more or less permanent. So basically, fam, just skip ahead. A mutation is an alteration in the genetic material. It's a mutation in the gene, right? So, what we're going to see is that there was a mutation, a changing, right, in the human gene that caused certain traits.
See how he just flashed the title, just like Dave did. Dave Farina, when he went against Dr. James Tour, flashed the title. Oh, the title says this, functional RNA. But if you read the fucking paper, it tells you, well, it has some functionality and it can't be passed down. If you actually read the fucking paper, it's the same shit he's doing. Flash the title. We've dealt with that other paper before. I brought that paper out before in prior videos. This paper he's about to butcher now, how Europeans evolve white skin. We have brought that up to ad nauseum on the channel. This motherfucker just going to flash the goddamn paper, then Texas sharpshooter you to death. So let's go back to that paper. Let's go to the paper that he just read and dismissed it.
If we was to run through all of the papers that he kicked, it's about 5 he flashed titles for.
Yeah. It's not reading.
It would literally push back on everything that he's adding to the title.
Yeah, he's not reading the papers at all. He's just showing titles of blogs, not even like the actual like scientific journals. These are the some summarizations of the of the paper, like from blogs and stuff.
Either that or it's an article that's on the paper. If it's not a blog, it's an article, on the scientific study. So he's not even sourcing. He's not even going to the source paper. He's going to the blogs and articles.
Right, and the title is being facetious. This is what we call a zinger. This is to get clicks. I.e. clickbait. How a genetic mutation led to the white race, and races in quotations. Right? So when you read this article, it has nothing to do with space aliens coming down and mixing with humans. It has nothing to do with that and create Edomites and Horites and all this other fanciful bullshit. Again, these are late Bronze Age individuals transitioning into the Iron Age in the Middle East and the Levantine region. Has nothing to do with these old archaic humans. Has zero to fucking do with them. Now let's read this just real quick. I'm not going to be too long. This is simple shit. It says, imagine a world where everyone had brown skin. That's the first thing that's brought out, right? That at one time everybody had brown skin, a variation thereof, including Neanderthals. We brought this out in prior episodes with the Neanderthal of Doggerland. Oh, but y'all don't fucking listen to this shit. This, Benayah is more exciting with his fanciful fucking stories of space pirates coming to fucking Earth and raping women. That's more fucking fanciful. Or them hiding in Germany and these fucking alien hybrid motherfuckers hiding out in Germany, in the forest of Germany, seeking to mix with the Horites.
Xenomorphs from the Aliens movie.
Yeah, Xenomorphs from fucking Ridley Scott. You rather watch that shit. Anyway.
It does make our world a little exciting. Like Lord of the Rings.
Right. Imagine a world where everyone had brown skin. Tens of thousands of years ago, that was the case. That's what the paper says. It does not support this nonsensical bullshit that you came up with. It says scientists at Pennsylvania State University. So how did white people get here? The answer lies in that tricky component of evolution known as a genetic mutation. So it says scientists have long known that Africa is the cradle of human civilization. Our ancestors shed most of their body hair around 2 million years ago, and their dark skin protected them from skin cancer and other harmful effects of UV radiation. When humans began leaving Africa 20 to 50,000 years ago, a skin whitening mutation appeared randomly in a sole individual. Does it say anything about Neanderthals? Doesn't say anything about Nephilim, the Nephilim. It doesn't say anything about Horites. It doesn't say anything about Edomites, Bronze Age motherfuckers. It don't say shit about that. This is talking about during the Pleistocene, somewhere from the Pleistocene to the Holocene.
When was the Pleistocene and the Holocene?
Good question, because I want to show a time graph.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me get that.
Yeah, that's part of basic understanding. Everybody needs to know that too.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Pleistocene and Holocene.
Mm-hmm. So Pleistocene. Let me see if I can get you a good chart on that. I did plan on bringing it up.
I think it's the either the late Stone Age or the middle Stone Age, something like that.
No, Pleistocene is not Stone Age. Well, it is a Stone Age, but it's a long period of time.
Yeah, I think it starts around, according to scientists, I think it's from they go as high as 2.5 million years down to like 19,000 years.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Calabrian, then you have the middle, Ionian, and the Tarantine, which is in the late. So, Neanderthals exist, between the Calabrian and the Tarantine, because they said they exist from 400,000 to about 40,000 years ago. That's the Pleistocene. You don't get Horites, Edomites into the Bronze Age. That's well after the Holocene, right? That's within the last 12,000 years.
You got a timeline chart of the Stone Age or whatever, so that they can see that shows like from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age to the Iron Age.
See, this is a good one. No. The Pleistocene.
Yeah, I know it's pre-Stone Age, but like late Pleistocene would still be Stone Age, though, like very late.
Yes, it will be. It will be. But I don't want people to confuse the terms because the Pleistocene encompasses more than the Stone Age.
Right.
Yeah, let him get that. Let him get that scale. And Avery, are you on your laptop? Grab the scale for Iron Age, Bronze Age, Stone Age. You grab that.
Yeah, because that comes after the Holocene, right?
Yeah, I'll grab that.
Or a Holocene encompasses. So this is what we're dealing with here. The Pleistocene, right? That's when we start seeing humans, according to the timetable, right? So you have the early, which is the Galatian and Calabrian. You don't see Neanderthals. You start seeing Neanderthals around the Ionian, which is the middle Pleistocene, right? You see that number right there, 0.781? That's about 780,000 years ago. Okay. 780,000 years ago. This is what we're talking about. Neanderthals pop up and Denisovians split off from an early branch of humans around the Ionian period. This has nothing to do with Bronze Age fucking people. There are no fucking Neanderthals alive today. Zero. Then you had the late Tarantine. That's when we pop, somewhere around there, we pop up, modern humans. We branch off. From 126,000 to 12,000 years ago, 12,000 years onward is what we call the Holocene. So we hear those names that we were talking about. Neanderthals are not even in Holocene. They're not in modern history. They're not even there. So how the hell are you saying these people are direct descendants of anything? There you go. Bring it out.
Yeah. So hold on, let me look. All right. So yeah, this is the a timeline from the lower Paleolithic all the way to. Wait, what you say, Sean?
No, I was saying if you could make it a little bigger for the audience, that's perfect. What you just did, make it bigger, yeah.
Yeah, so this is from the lower Paleolithic all the way to the Iron Age, as you can see right here. Israel is in the Iron Age period, late Bronze Age, early Iron Age period, and this is when the Horites would have lived as well because they interacted with the Israelites. Iron Age, Bronze Age time period, which is like 4,000 to 3,000 years ago. Has little readings right here. But let's go over here. So,
and we would place Abraham around what? The back up again. Around
I'll put him in the middle Bronze Age, but
right, middle Bronze Age. So again, you would have these populations, these around this time is when the Hurrians came up down from the from the Kura-Araxes, this Transcaucasian population, who are considered the Horites. The Hurrians.
Right. And the Neanderthals lived, let's go back. Possibly, or yeah, here it is. Neanderthal says Neanderthal tooth were found in this area in North Wales, dating to 2,000, 25,000 years ago, in England or the UK area. So that was in the middle Paleolithic. And if you go back further, you might be able to find more in this chart. Neanderthals. All right, right here. Yeah, shows right here, 40,000, or excuse me, 400,000 years ago. Neanderthals created the first Hereth in Britain at Bench's Pit in whatever this is, and 400,000 years ago,
Suffolk.
Suffolk, and may have hunted elephants. Oh, interesting. At the Swincobe in Kent. I know they would have hunted elephants. That's actually
Yeah. So Neanderthals are older than modern humans, but they both branch off from an ancestral human line. You know, you see right there, Homo heidelbergensis and so on and so forth. First early human species, Homo ancestor, 800,000 years ago. So they both share the same branch. You can see where it says modern humans, Homo sapiens evolved in East Africa around 150,000 years ago. This is the literature, which you fucking butchered. This is what you butchered, man.
Yeah, so Neanderthals are living 400,000 years ago. Horites are living in the Iron Age and Bronze Age 3,000 years ago. That's a big gap. It's a pretty massive gap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it shows around 50,000 years ago they were living in Krog, Cresco Krog. Back up a little bit, about 50,000.
50,000. Hold on.
Yeah.
Right here?
No, 50. Go back right here. If you
Upper
go
Paleolithic.
Yeah. Neanderthals lived in Creswell Krogs, Derbyshire.
Derbyshire.
Oh yeah, because it's kind of, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. And Lakota, they Saint Brelad on Jersey around 50,000 years ago. So you ever heard, remember that animation show they had the Krugs or the Krogs?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where they picked up that name from. That's where that show, you know, when they did the little program, that's what they took that from.
Interesting. Huh. Didn't know that. But yeah, this is a good timeline chart.
Right. Everything after 12,000 is what we typically call the Holocene. But I also want to show, let me share this real quick.
So basically, the Neanderthals are about 400 years removed from the Horites. All right, go ahead.
Right. So again, there is a typo on this page, just want everybody to know, but this is the evolution of the human genome 2. Brought this book up before. Page number 103, Neanderthals and modern humans. The fossils of Neanderthals suggest that they lived until the late Pleistocene. It says 4,000 right there, but it should say 40,000 years ago, because again, that's when the Pleistocene happened. That would have been in the range of the Pleistocene, in the Upper Paleolithic. It says, and also suggests a coexistence with Homo sapiens. Whether there was a gene flow between the two groups of hominids can be tested by genetic research. The early studies on this problem could only rely on mtDNA because it has many copies and can be extracted easier than nuclear genome. The first study of Neanderthals mtDNA was done in HVRI. As a result, the Neanderthal mtDNA did not fall into the range of Homo sapien diversity, and it seemed to be a distinct lineage from modern humans. So again, anybody saying that, oh, they Neanderthals, there's no evidence of that. Modern humans are their own distinct lineages. Yes, we share the same common ancestral line, but we have separate patrilineal and matrilines because we diverged later. It says here, the divergent time of Neanderthal modern humans is 4 times greater than the most recent common ancestor of modern human mtDNAs, right? Again, they go back 400,000 years. It's estimated that we go back 150,000 years. Therefore, it was concluded that Neanderthals did not contribute genetically to mtDNA lineages to modern humans. What does that mean? There are no direct daughters of Neanderthals. None, zero, zilch. The whole mtDNA genome of Neanderthal was successfully determined later and reached to the same conclusion as a result of the HVRI. Note that the evidence of gene flow between Neanderthal and non-Africans was found in the nuclear genome. Autosomes. Autosomes are the genes we share with people not that we are indirectly descend from, not directly, because directly is usually your sex chromosome, your Y and your X, your Y and your mtDNA. Autosomes show you everything in between. All right.
So basically, what you're saying is the people who have Neanderthal DNA today, humans that have Neanderthal DNA DNA today. It's only through autosomes.
In
It's
their
not through,
autosomes. Exactly.
it's not through like direct paternal or maternal ancestry.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's indirect inheritance, not direct inheritance. And to show that we all stem from a common ancestor, some call him Homo ancestor, the ancestor of all humans. You can just clearly see what's illustrated on the screen at the node at the top. That is the main ancestor of all human groups, including Neanderthals, including Denisovians. Is not here because they're not talking about Denisovians, but even Denisovians and all other human groups. And then later, they split and become their own line and the human family, the Neanderthal. And then there's another split that comes and makes a more successful line, as we know as Homo sapiens sapien, what we are today, all humans, all extant human beings, all living human beings today. We branch off and create this, right? But both lines converge to a common ancestor, in the distant past. Again, Neanderthals are not space pirates, right? They didn't come from a plot of Ridley Scott. They're not xenomorphs. They're not leprechauns. They're not none of this bullshit you're talking about. They're humans. They're archaic humans. That's it. Nothing more, nothing fucking less.
And if you're going to get into the genetics, Benayah, you can't be cherry picking. You got to accept that fact that Neanderthals are part of the Homo family, or the should I say the hominid family. So yeah, you can't be trying to cherry pick and change the information like that. Now, since we're at an hour in the video, I do want to bring this part out, so it doesn't get buried in the long.
Evie, right before you go into that, I just want to suggest something too. Also, just for everybody too, when you get a chance, the work that we have on the Hurrians and the Horites, we should touch on that too, so we can put that shit to bed as well. Excuse my language. When you get a chance.
I mean, I already have a full series on the Hurrians. I already touched on it.
Yeah, but they're probably not going to go back and look at it, so we could do it right here. Just a quick synopsis.
Yeah, but let me show this really quick. So this is a good paper. Let me go to my screen. Carriers of mitochondrial DNA, microhaplogroup L3 basal lineages migrated back to Africa from Asia around 70,000 years ago. And so one thing that Benayah keeps on bringing up is that Europeans carry Neanderthal DNA, and this is what makes them so unique and different, and all this extra stuff. But what Benayah apparently doesn't understand is that Neanderthal DNA would have been introduced into Africa. So yes, African populations do have Neanderthal DNA, but guess what population introduced Neanderthal DNA into Africa? It would have been haplogroup E carriers, whether it's E1B1B or the precious E1B1A that many African Americans and West African populations like Yoruba carry. Let's actually dig into that. Here's a scientific paper. We just read the title. Let's go to the reading. So right about here. All right, here we go. So if you go into the paper, just scroll all the way down until you see these tables and go to this paragraph right here. We're just going to read this. Let me zoom in. Just going to read this last sentence. But there's various other papers that say the same thing. So it says, let me highlight it. So it says, moreover, our hypothesis of an early return and subsequent expansion into Africa of carriers of L3 and E haplogroups might help explain the Neanderthal integration detected in the Western African Yoruba and the Northern African Tunisian Berbers. So basically what this is saying is that L3 lineages, so any African American women that carry L3, and haplogroup E lineages, so any men, African American men that carry haplogroup E, their ancient ancestors were the very ones to introduce Neanderthal DNA into Africa. It's seen in people like the Tunisian Berbers of North Africa, and it's also seen in the West African Yoruba. And I know many of us believe, or I know many, many of us subscribe to the idea of people like the Yoruba descending from Israelites. So this would mean that the Israelites, the ancient Israelites, would have carried Neanderthal DNA into Africa because the Yoruba have it. And any other E marker in Africa would have brought in this Neanderthal DNA. E1B1A, E1B1B, etc.
Right. So this is how we, when we have these discussions and do these presentations, and we show that the Yoruba, have an oral tradition of coming from Eastern Africa or the Levant area. This is showing that they had this Eurasian or this Neanderthal DNA from Eurasia. They brought it from Eurasia into Africa. This is how we try to prove out that these West Africans with these E carriers were not originally from Africa, that they came into the area.
Right. But that's all I wanted to show y'all was actually this chart here. There's one more thing I'm going to show you. This paper, and then we can go back to the video, but this paper actually does show a pretty good map. Let me pull it up here. This paper shows a pretty good map of this, and then we can go back to the video. But it shows right here Neanderthal, Denisovans, and Homo erectus. So here's Neanderthal, Denisovans. So when you look at this L3 lineage, also keep in mind haplogroup E as well, because it's from the same paper. But basically, L3 lineages and E lineages, they would have interacted with Eurasian populations. Well, technically, there are Eurasian populations that had admixed with Neanderthals like 70,000 years ago. And so they would have brought in this Neanderthal DNA into the African continent. Here's another map. So that's why I said any African American or West African women that carry L3 or men that carry E1B1A, they've been had Neanderthal DNA even before slavery. And so, yeah, is there anything y'all want to add before we go back to the video? Or what?
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Spoiler alert for the people that won't be able to stay to the end of this. Spoiler alert. One of his claims is Africans don't have Neanderthals, Neanderthal DNA, or any Neanderthal ancestry. That's going to be his claim. So, and this is his claim. If you see a black person, they're not Neanderthal. He also says that if you have stringy hair or straight hair, then you are a descendant of a Neanderthal. That's his words in the fucking video. If you have blue eyes, you are a descendant of a Neanderthal. If you have white skin, you are a descendant of a Neanderthal. This is the dumbass shit that he's going to spew. And he already put up an article up there saying that everybody with dark skin prior to a certain point. When Neanderthals are all over fucking Europe. Explain that. I just gave y'all the entire video, by the way. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. So anybody with straight hair is a Neanderthal? He said that in the video?
Yes.
Yeah. What about the Tutskins?
So straight hair comes from Neanderthals?
You are a descendant of a Neanderthal.
Interesting. And I guess that would also mean white skin is involved in that. So I got to ask Benayah, is this man right here a descendant of Neanderthals? Because he definitely has straight hair. Is that is he a descendant of Neanderthals?
Yep. He happy and nappy. If your hair ain't nappy, you know, the Most High ain't dealing with your ass.
So straight hair, got it. So also he said that blonde hair is also
red hair.
Red hair.
Red hair, okay. So if red hair and things of that nature is also like a Neanderthal trait, then I'm guessing that these people right here, are they also descendants of Neanderthals?
Well, he did say that the Negritos, had blue eyes and blonde hair. He did say that.
Yeah,
he
but these are
didn't say
Negritos.
whether or not. I understand that, but he said Negritos had it. That. So you cut me off there. I forgot my chain of thought. But anyway, he said that they had red hair, blue eyes, and so it's possible that they may have mixed with them as well. He did say that.
And that's the funny thing about it, man. The idiocy. Red hair is what's the eumelanin? That's what red hair is. It's actually eumelanin. It's not even associated with pheomelanin or anything like that. It's all eumelanin. Just like dark eyes is, just like brown eyes are. Shit's dumb.
So is blue eyes
I
also
guess we can
connected
go
to
into the
Neanderthal?
OC.
Blue eyes means you are a descendant of a Neanderthal. Yes.
So this girl's a descendant of a Neanderthal.
According to the Black Hebrew Israelite minister Benayah.
Oh man.
I guess we could touch on the OCAs, the OCA genes as well, at some point, because he did bring that up.
Yeah, he says the
we'll
OCA2 actually comes from Neanderthals. He made a lot of claims. We'll get to it. The paper he read about the blue eyes and light skin crushes him. It crushes him. Again, that's why we brought out those time charts, so y'all can know when this shit is happening, so they can't fucking bamboozle you. Right? Y'all want to learn about Israelite theater. Fuck that shit. Y'all need to understand the language in which these papers are written in. Pleistocene, Holocene, Upper Paleolithic, Middle Paleolithic, Lower Paleolithic. That's why he's able to bamboozle his audience. They don't know what those words mean. They don't know what those time frames are. They think it's all compatible. It's not.
Yeah, they think it's all Bronze Age. If they even know about the Bronze Age, I don't even know that.
Yeah, time splitters, bro. Niggas be time jumping. Time splitters, too, nigga, for GameCube.
Yeah, and during the Bronze Age, you would have had this population, these Horites that you keep talking about. You had these populations coming down out of the Kura axis, and they would have been in the Levant area around the time of, Esau and Jacob, and prior to that, during the Bronze Age. So you can't mix the two and say that they're Neanderthals, because Neanderthals were not there. They're gone at this time. This is a whole different population of people we're talking about when you're talking about the Horites.
Horites would have been Homo sapien sapien, like your ass is a Homo sapien sapien. Stupid ass. All right. So how Europeans evolve white skin is the next video clip that he shares. Next clip he shares in the video. And this is watch him butcher this shit.
It's to appear in humans, right? So it says how Europeans evolved white skin. This is I believe this is in science.org. Ancient DNA from skeletons shows dramatic natural selection or skin color and height in many Europeans. So as they're doing their research, family, they're starting to figure out, you know what? We know what traits are coming across over to the, from the Neanderthals to humans. And they figured out pretty early on, family, that white skin was one of them. Let's see if we can read this. Here it says, St. Louis, Missouri. It says, most of us think of Europe as the ancestral home of white people. But a new study shows that pale skin, as well as other traits such as tallness and the ability to digest milk as adults, arrived in most of the continent relatively recently. So basically, family, what they're saying is that this influx of people with white skin into Europe was a recent phenomenon, right? It wasn't something that was there for a long time ago. This was something that was recent. And
notice how he doesn't say how recent.
No. The paper gonna say how recent and what they mean by recent, right?
He's
the paper about to say it, and he's gonna dismiss the fucking paper. Watch.
Yeah, because
I watched
isn't
this
he
shit-
basically
I
going to try to?
watched this garbage truck juice twice.
So did I.
Isn't he going to try to say that it happened in the
Listen to it, Evie. I'm sorry. Just listen to it. You'll get your
Historians
question
talk about European history. They completely whitewash it, right? They completely skip over the.
What was the day? Because the reason why we know about it is the day. The reason why I even know this shit happened is the day you keep fucking lambasting. If it wasn't for them and was left, if scientific discoveries was left to niggas like you, we wouldn't know a goddamn thing. The reason why we know Cheddar Man exists, that the Neanderthal Doggerland was dark skinned, that early people in general were dark skinned, is because of these researchers here. Not you black Hebrew Israelite cults. That's why we fucking know. Because people in the field putting in that goddamn work. The day. They trying to hide. What are they trying to? They're fucking elucidating the information. Stupid motherfucker.
The native black population that was there before they were displaced by the white population.
That's not what this paper says. That's not what it says. Not at all. This paper does not even say what he just said. Oh, that there were black people there before they were displaced, before the white population. First of all, y'all teach that happened in the fucking Middle Ages. I don't know how the fuck y'all even comparing these two. It's not even apples and oranges at this point. It's like fucking asteroids to fucking apples. These shits don't even go together, man.
But now with DNA, now that they're able to examine old bones, they're able to look at those ancient skeletons, and look at the DNA on those old ancient remains. They can figure out, pretty quickly that those people are white or that they're black. And what they're finding out is that the old ancient remains belong to a black melanated population. Let's keep reading, fam. I'm just going to read a little bit more of this. It says, the work presented here last week at the 84th annual meeting of the American Association of Physical Anthropologists offers dramatic evidence of recent evolution in Europe and shows that most modern Europeans do not look much like those of 8,000 years ago. We got to say that again, fam. That most Europeans don't look much like those of 8,000 years ago. You have to kind of take the years with a grain of salt, because another one of the things that I discovered in doing this research, fam, is that the dates will change based off of which publication you're reading. I think early on they gave these large dates, but as time went on, they started to shrink this date as far as when this influx of Europeans came in. I mean, of white-skinned Europeans or people came into Europe. So, but let me just read the rest of this top blue part. It says, the origins of Europeans have come into sharp focus in the past year as researchers have sequenced the genomes of ancient populations rather than only a few individuals. So they're making a population-wide effort to sequence the DNA. And as they do that, they're finding out and discovering that, wait, hang on. These people are black. All right, these people are black. So let's keep reading.
Can you pause really quick?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what he means by that. So they black, so they related to you?
That's exactly what he's implying.
Unless he's haplogroup R.
That's exactly what he's implying. It's like the historical documentary that they did in Sweden, the first Swedes. They're not saying that there's a mystery fucking race that was here first and that white people came and took over them. No, they're saying those are their ancestors. They understand that. Those dark-skinned, blue-eyed people from Sweden all the way to Spain to all the Western Europe, those are ancestral to the modern European population. You fucking dunce. Now, we're going to go to this goddamn paper and read it.
I was about to say, too, this, if anybody knows us and been following us, that last slide that he put up with the Benayah expansion, he didn't even go through that paper. He just grabbed one of the slides from the paper. We read that paper at least. We went over that paper at least 10 times here.
On YouTube.
OG. So you saying he came through like this, OG?
Somebody tell his cheerleaders to get off yo dick. Because they gonna hype every single bar up that this nigga go spit. He can say something that doesn't make no sense. Like, bibbity bobbity boo. They gonna be like, oh shit.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's crazy because
Boo scholarship, bro.
Yeah, you could tell that, he's been watching. You don't think this dude ain't been watching. He's been picking little stuff out and taking it and pseudoing it up and using it for his presentations.
No, yeah, there's a particular paper that I could, like, me and Ebert could tell. Like, we watched this last night, you know what I'm saying? And we could tell, like, yeah, he definitely was watching something. Was like, oh, I got to touch on that, make sure I bring that in there. You know what I'm saying? Let's make sure we start at the beginning. Like, this is the dude who backs E1B1A, being the haplogroup of Israel, but has not taken a DNA test that shows his Y DNA test or Y DNA. He's just taking ancestry DNA and whatnot. So he's just showing you autosomal stuff, talking about haplogroup stuff. That's all correct. Like he starts off like that. You feel what I'm saying? Like Lao Tzu says, if you're off at a little from the beginning, it'll be off by a lot at the end. You know what I'm saying? Like it's one of them things, man. So the scholarship is way off at the beginning. So it's gonna be way off at the end. Like the brothers are saying, like literally almost every paper that he shows you and flashes and whatnot, he's mischaracterizing. Like, Ibri, have you gotten to the one where he talks about where he claims it's about Neanderthals and Neanderthals nowhere in the paper?
No, not yet. We haven't got
that
that yet.
That's the blue eye paper.
Oh, bro, I'm so dead because he's literally acting. Oh, yeah, I'll wait till we get there, bro, because that was a kill shot. Go ahead.
And one thing and more that we noticed, and that y'all probably noticed as well, is that he sounds like so excited, like this information is new, and these papers are like from like 2015. And some of them are even outdated because like the David Reich paper from 2022, which is a far more recent paper, talks about, the Benayah being dark skinned and all this stuff. So it's like he's getting excited over outdated information that folks been known and then was changed. And now we got something new. So it's like, oh my goodness.
And he even begs to ask the question in his presentation. Did anybody know about this already? Did anybody know? And I'm sitting there like, I mean, you could probably say that to your audience.
Yeah,
we're gonna make sure that everybody know, and anybody that follow us and been following us for years on this channel or any of our work, whenever we move anywhere, and you guys, we have covered this over and over again. He's figuring nobody's listening to us, so he's taking out some of the work that we have.
Yeah, most of his audience probably hasn't listened to us.
Yeah, and real quick, I want to clear one thing up because you know what they like to do. They like to focus on maybe the one thing we got wrong, not the 99 things we got right when we're disproving and whatnot. So just to be clear, Benayah, you know what I'm saying? Like I did hear you clearly say that you're talking about you believe that Neanderthals have multiple skin tones and whatnot, but that the one that the European descent from has light skin and whatnot, right? So don't act like we didn't hear you say that. You know what I'm saying? So don't focus on that again.
Say it again.
So he believes in Neanderthal. He did say that he believes Neanderthals have multiple skin tones or whatnot from light to dark, but that the ones that the Europeans descended from, that they're connected to, is one that has light skin, etc. So he hones in on one particular. Go ahead.
Right, he's homing in on the one particular one out of the Caucasus Mountains.
Yes, sir.
And he's connecting them to the Benayah.
Yes.
And that is, it's
and that's why I can't wait to get to that one. Because oh my God, it's hilarious. Yo, it's so hilarious.
Since we're making disclaimers, I also want to say a disclaimer as well. At one point, I can say at least me and maybe a few other members in YAP game, I'm not for sure, but we did used to think and believe that the Benayah were light-skinned and spread the light-skinned gene. But there was a paper that came out by David Reich in 2022, which updated the information because they had like 1,000 bodies that they examined, and they discovered that the Benayah would have been dark-skinned as well. Most people on the internet believe that the Benayah would have been white and would have spread the white gene, but that has since changed. So when we find any old clips of us saying that, the Benayah were white, that was before the update. So we did used to think that, but now we've updated our science and we say, the Benayah.
Yeah, you're right. But he said that the Benayah had were very tall people, broad, with red hair, all of them, and they got the red hair from mixing with the Neanderthals in the Caucasus Mountains.
Bro, look at the stream. You know, I was saving this for later, but since Avery brought it up, here's the simple phenotype chart from the Southern Arc and the non-Southern Arc paper that he referenced. Look what it says. Red hair. 0.1% in the Southern Arc individual that's from Anatolia on down to the Levant and all that, right? Non-Southern Arc, this was included like Southern Europe and stuff, only 0.3%. It's very low prevalence of this shit. Where are all these red hair people that you keep talking about? And again, red hair is you melanin, right? It's you melanin. I don't even get the point. Same thing with blue eyes.
I thought red hair is pale melanin.
No, it's you melanin. Look it up.
No worries.
Yeah, you melanin. It's you melanin.
No, I got you.
Blue eye, 42 in the Southern Arc, meaning Turkey and on down, even the Caucasus area too. Only 42 individuals within the thousands of individuals they had to exhume. Only 6%. Blue eye, 196, 16.4% prevalence. So these are rare. These are rare. Everyone else is mostly brown-eyed. Look at that.
And what was the sample size again? What was the sample size again? Your shoot?
I believe it was a few thousand.
Exactly.
There was a large sample size for this paper. 94% within the Southern Arc range and 83.6% prevalence outside of the Southern Arc range. As you can see, 663 of the individuals within the Southern Arc had brown eyes. Right? Only 42 individuals had blue eyes. Right? Now, when we go within the Southern Arc, because that would encompass your Yamnaya people, right?
Mm-hmm.
165 of those samples would have been dark skinned. This is within the Southern Arc. 54 of them would have been dark to black skin. Majority of them would have been intermediate skin, and only 12 of them out of all of the Southern Arc samples would have been pale skin. It's extremely rare.
Go to the can you go to the chart that actually shows the different Yamnaya populations, like where they came from, like the Maiko
Yeah, I can easily go there, but I want to go here to the simple phenotype. It shows the whole fucking area.
Right. This is a good. We're dealing with sample sizes at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And the points he was making, this is just shooting it all down.
Yeah. Pale skin was only at a 1.7% prevalence within the Southern Arc and higher at 5.9%. Still extremely low outside of the Southern Arc. Right? Like even in places in Europe, you still had a low prevalence of white or pale skinned peoples. What are you fucking talking about?
Now that we're showing that the Southern Arc, and the people in the Yamnaya, and we've been speaking on the Yamnaya and how they've discovered that these people would have been dark-skinned. It's going to give credence to them to continue to say the Yamnaya because it has Ya on the end of it, that it's Hebrew.
Oh, we get into that. hey, listen here, Benayah. We're going to bust your ass, man. Because I was so irritated listening to this shit twice. Not once, twice. You getting it tonight, nigga. I don't give a fuck if I'm up to 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to make sure that I elucidate every fucking point, nigga. This is fucking idiocy. You know it.
Oh, you got time tonight, huh?
By examining simple phenotypes.
That's going to be his new meme. That's going to be your shoe's new meme. I got time tonight.
We see that Southern Arc individuals have a lower frequency of light hair, blonde hair, and blue eyes and pale skin compared to non-Southern Arc ones, a finding that is in agreement with ancient sources that commented on the appearance of Celts, Germans, Sarmatians from Europe and Central Asia.
And he homed in on this right here. Celts, Germans, Scythians. He homed in on that. But go ahead, bro.
Right. Those will be your non-Southern Arc peoples. And again, pale skin is only 5.9% prevalence. Majority of the people are intermediate skin during this time. 813 of the samples are intermediate skin.
You might need to show them what.
There are more dark to black skinned people in those regions during this time frame. Hold on, bro. Let me cook, bro. Don't talk to me around. There are more dark to black skinned people in these fucking regions during this time where you said, oh, the black people got ran out and all that bullshit. There are pale skinned people. What the fuck wrong with you, man?
You might want to show them what intermediate means. Like, what is that skin tone?
We can do that all day. Ben Baby.
Yeah, he did say he was going to do. He did say he was going to do a presentation. Something's holding him up. He said something to that effect. Something's holding him up, but he's going to do a presentation on the Black Germans. I guess they're going to be, they're going to be Israelites too.
This is an example of intermediate skin. Ben Baby. You want some more? Yemen. Yemeni people.
Yeah, let's see.
That's intermediate skin, man.
So that's what the Benayah would have looked like.
Majority of them. Majority of them would look like this, man. You fucking dunce.
Nah, brother, they had red hair and blue eyes and broad bodies.
My nigga, if you
okay, all right, I'm putting cases on all you bitches.
If you were that article, let's pull that back up real quick.
Yeah, this is a simple question to answer.
Let me go back.
I would say
it was pockets.
Let them grab the paper because let it come from the paper. But we already know how it spread and what population pretty much spread it.
This is what happens when you obfuscate things and confuse people, right? Again, let's read what he said again. Most of us think that Europe as the ancestral home of white people, but a new study shows that pale skin, as well as other traits such as tallness and the ability to digest milks as adults, arrived in most of the continent relatively recently. The work presented here last week at the 84th annual meeting of the American Association of Physical Anthropologists offers dramatic evidence of recent evolution in Europe and shows that most modern Europeans don't look much like those of 8,000 years ago. Again, they don't look like, doesn't mean they don't descend from. See, those two different fucking concepts. You fucking idiot. The origins of Europeans have come into sharp focus in the past year as researchers have sequenced the genomes of ancient populations rather than only a few individuals by comparing key parts of the DNA across the genomes of 83 ancient individuals from archaeological sites throughout Europe. The international team of researchers reported earlier this year that Europeans today are a mix. Here it is. They are a mix. Today, they are a mix of the blending of at least three ancient populations of hunter-gatherers and farmers who moved into Europe in separate migrations over the past 8,000 years. So the paper is telling you that they are a culmination, including the original fucking Europeans. The paper is telling you that. The study revealed that a massive migration of Benayah herders from the steppes north of the Black Sea may have brought Indo-European languages to Europe about 4,500 years ago. Now, a new study from the same team drills down further into the remarkable data to search for the genes that were under strong natural selection, including traits so favorable that they spread rapidly throughout Europe in the past 8,000 years. By comparing the ancient European genome with those of recent runs from 1,000 Genomes Project, population geneticist Ian Madison, a postdoc in the Harvard University lab of population geneticist David Wright, found 5 genes associated with changes in diet and skin pigmentation and underwent strong natural selection. Earth scientists confirmed an earlier report that hunter-gatherers in Europe could not digest the sugars in milks 8,000 years ago, according to a poster. They also noted an interesting twist. First farmers also couldn't digest milk. The farmers who came from the Near East about 7,800 years ago, and the Benayah pastoralists who came from the steppes 4,800 years ago lacked the version of the LCT gene that allows adults to digest sugars in milk. It wasn't until about 43,000 years ago that lactose tolerance swept through Europe.
4,300.
4,300, excuse me, 4,300 years ago. Thank you, brother. When it comes to skin color, the team found a patchwork of evolution in different places and 3 separate genes that produce light skin, telling a complex story for how European skin evolved to be much lighter during the past 8,000 years. Again, they're saying that these people are from a result of this culmination, that Europeans today are a result of this culmination, meaning they descend from people with darker skin. They just develop lighter skin. That's what the paper is telling you, that these 3 groups got together and they developed lighter skin. Not that some magical fucking space pirates came in and hunted people down from the forests of Germany. That's not what the paper is saying. The reason why my brother is asking that question in the comments, because he's confused.
Right, because he's confusing them. But what are the 3 populations that he was saying? He kept going after the Khazars. He said the Yamnaya, the Khazars, and
right. He said the Yamnaya, the Khazars, and Neanderthals.
And Neanderthals. These are the 3 populations that are actually in the paper. Exactly. The hunter-gatherer was like, he just took it and pseudoed it all up. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead, finish.
You're exactly right. The hunter-gatherers that were always there, the Yamnaya that came much later, and the early European farmers that came about 8,000 years ago. The paper's telling you that. The paper is fucking telling you that.
He said the Ukrainians
Europeans today descend from those 3 groups.
Oh my God.
And they develop lighter skin by intermixing with each other. That's what it's saying. But you didn't confuse every fucking body by injecting your idiocy into the fucking work.
And this is why, like Yaz Botanical, if you listen to the video that he did today or the live he did yesterday or whatever, whenever somebody does this and pull up papers and show you titles, and then before they go into the paper, they spin their narrative for a good 15 minutes before they go into the paper, and they jump from paper to paper, it is incumbent upon you to take those titles down or revisit the video after you listen to it and write down the titles of all of those papers and articles on the papers, the articles on the papers, and the studies themselves, the articles on the studies and the studies themselves. It is incumbent upon you to write them down and then go and search for them and read them yourself.
Hey, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Last night, me and Ebri was watching this joint. We were pausing the joint as the sources came up on the screen. Like, all right, what's this right here? What's this right here? Because I know
us.
Yeah, real quick, because I know for a fact, because I've been watching Benayah for a long time. I've been dealing with him on the pews and I've interviewed him before. I've done a whole bunch of stuff with Benayah, right? Like I'm familiar with this information, right? And one thing I'm familiar with is he will definitely show you part of something and not the whole of something, right? And so he's somebody you have to fact check at every turn, because he will pseudo up every source he brings to you, fam, and sound so authoritative doing so, right? And for the people who just want to take it and run with it, they run with it and whatnot, right? And for the sincere people who don't fact check, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to get used to slowing down in real time, like not afterwards, no. During this thing, fam, when you're watching somebody give you information, stop, get the info, and go through it with them and see if they're leaving something out, right? We're not special, fam. Like we shouldn't be special. We should be the norm for the thing, fam. Like, if you're going to be taking people's information off the internet, you should definitely be used to fact checking it. Or be used to being used to being led astray. One of the two, fam.
Especially if you're going to grab articles on the papers or articles on the studies, you have to fact check the articles. Sometimes, like Yeshua said earlier, the title is a zinger until you read the paper or either the study or the article. Hey,
Yeshua, didn't Dr. Tor say the same thing in his debate against old boy when he was talking about all those genetic papers? When he's like, hey, them titles are zingers, fam. You're not getting into the actual work or whatnot. They're not saying what you think they're saying. And he caught old boy up for quote mining the whole time and whatnot.
Yep.
Same thing with Benayah, quote mining. No, these titles are sexy, fam. Cool, got you. Are they getting into the literature? Are the papers saying what they're saying the papers are saying?
I think there's a title of a paper saying that West Africans are super archaic or something like that, even though we're not archaic humans. We're Homo sapiens sapien.
Yeah, Adam was just, very early in our live stream, he made a comment. Adam made a comment on now there's some they're pushing back. There's some pushback on the papers about West African archaic genome. So hopefully he's still here and we could get, I'd like to have a discussion with him, because sometimes we build off each other. A lot of people don't even get it. Like, we share the people that are the real nerds that are into this, that like to read, that like to dig. Even if sometimes some of this, the language will mess you up. It does. So you need people around you that can help you through the language. I went through the same thing. I know, you know what I'm saying? Evie, I'm sure when he first started doing this, I'm sure your shoe, you know what I'm saying? And they started digging a little deeper and, you know what I mean, starting to find out the definitions of these words. You got to stop sometimes as you're reading a whole paragraph. You might have to stop 3 times in one paragraph to look up certain words.
Yep. Don't go past what you don't understand. Stop right there. Be humble.
Stop right there and research the word. Find out what coalescence means. Find out what this means. Find these things out. Like, you know what I'm saying? You gotta, so you could get a better understanding of the paper. You keep doing like this dude, like Benayah. You keep doing like this, brother. You keep doing or following his lead. You're gonna be just like the people who followed the lead of Ron Dalton. And we already went through his book about 3 times. And their lives, and showed you how pseudo his work is.
And there's connection, there's overlap too, because all this stuff we're talking about with these cats and genetics and Nephilim and all this type of stuff and whatnot for him. You see it, you see like the Hebrew Nation building crew that are linked, they were linked up with Ron Dalton, linked up with Benayah, etc. Yes. All that there's a common denominator here, whatnot, right? And so we gotta chop the root now, you know what I'm saying, and just let it be what it is, man. Like, the false information is what it is, and it's coming from the same sources or whatnot, and the sources got to get checked.
And a lot of their fans are looking at it like we're hating on them. We're not hating on them and this, that, and the third. We consider ourselves Israel or Jews or whatever. We consider ourselves part of this community. But what we're not going to do is continue to let the culture or the community keep dealing with this nonsense. Like Yeshub said earlier, listen, we're not even going to talk about who's Israel and who could be, what haplogroup could better be Israel, or, you know what I'm saying, Shemek. No, y'all need to learn the basics. So we're going to stick to that. We ain't going to talk about all of that no more for a little while. We're going to get y'all, or we're going to put y'all on game, and you're going to learn the basics. You're going to learn the basics of genetics. Because every time we do something, we put something out, y'all take it, somebody gets a hold of it and want to pseudo the mess out of it. So that ain't working. So I guess we need to stop that for a while, like Ashub said.
Yeah,
and just start doing this.
Yeah, agreed. Because there's no point in talking about who people are and who people ain't if we can't talk about accountability first, right? Like, if the people we're dealing with are consistently, so I can understand that people are getting stuff wrong, right? I can forgive that, right? But what we're finding is people are consistently fabricating the information, consistently pseudo stuff up on purpose or whatnot, consistently taking liberties with information because they know you won't fact check them, right? Because you don't got the time. You got real life that you got to deal with all the time or whatnot, right? And so if I can, that's
not an excuse though, bro, because we got lives too. We all out here grind. We grinding. Some of us working.
None of us sleep. We don't sleep, bro. We don't sleep. We're crazy with it, right?
Yeah.
We're crazy with it, you know what I'm saying? We'll be up at like 3-4 o'clock in the morning, like trading papers, like it's lunchtime. You know what I'm saying? At junior high and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, bruh, like
sometimes we jump up on each other with pseudo stuff. We be like, yo, but what if this, that? And then we get together in the group. We be like, what? We be smacking each other around. What you say? Sit your ass down.
Right.
What's that?
Like literally every day, fam. Every day. Like, every time we talk, we have fun with it, but we also have like the serious scientific conversation. Every time we talk, it's not even funny, right? But again, the average people aren't having that level, that kind of conversation every day, right? Like, okay, cool. Like, we like to get around and geek out about this type of stuff, right? No worries or whatnot, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, people like Benayah and them, like the Ron Daltons and them, and a few other people who shall remain nameless at the moment, you know what I'm saying? Like, they take the same liberties because they know people ain't got the time to fact. Like, okay, who got the time to, like, if I throw 10 papers at you in one video, who got the time to go through all 10 papers like that?
Yeah.
Like we're looking at stuff that we've already gone through. Like, okay, I know this. Okay, I know. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So it's a little bit different. So we can catch it on it. Like, we're like, oh, he missed it. Oh, he missed it. Oh, he misrepresented it. Oh, what? And that's what I'm saying. Like that's why people got to understand. This is why Yeshua's so fucking mad, right? Because these people are taking liberties with this thing. They're calling you stupid to your face. They're saying we can take advantage of you all day long, and you're still gonna give us that super chat money, bro. You're still gonna give us the money on the Patreon or whatnot. You're still gonna hit us on the Cash App or whatnot, right? Like they're literally leading y'all around by the nose, fam. And some of y'all want to be led around, cool. I ain't mad at you, fam. If you want to be led, the pit is right there. You will definitely fall in, right? But there's some sincere people who don't want to fall into the pit, and that's who we are doing this for, fam.
100%. All right, you should finish up. This is his article again, the one that he used. So go ahead.
Where he was chuckling at the 8,000 years. When he started chuckling, I was like, bro, are you kidding? Because I was thinking the same thing you shoot. Like, they're the same from the same. Like even though like they don't look the same, they're still the same people.
It literally says that in the paper. It literally.
Oh, bro.
He didn't go through the paper for the people, but go ahead, Yeshu. We're gonna do it now. Yeshu gonna lead the charge.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Yeshu.
All right. So we left off here where it says, when it comes to skin color, the team found a patchwork of evolution in different places and 3 separate genes that produce light skin, telling a complex story for how Europeans skin evolved to be much lighter during the past 8,000 years. That's what the paper actually says, Benayah. That's what it actually says. Okay, we're gonna read, actually get context. Right?
No, that's just Neanderthal right there. No, you lying. That's just Neanderthal right there.
No, it says telling a complex story for how Europeans' skin evolved to be much lighter during the past 8,000 years, meaning they descend from people with darker skin. It's going to buttress that in the next sentence. The modern humans who came out of Africa to originally settle Europe about 40,000 years ago are presumed to have had dark skin, which is advantageous in sunny latitudes. These are the ancestors of the present-day Europeans. There's no difference. There's no magical space pirate coming down and seeding Nephilim on the earth to bring in white skin. This paper has nothing to do with that crazy bullshit you teach. Nothing.
Wait, brother. I thought if your ancestors were black, you could only have black skin.
Shout out to Teo. You guys are idiots, man. It's something called diversity and variation. That's obviously not true. 99.6% of our genome is similar, meaning we all descend from the same people. Meaning all variations, meaning that how Chinese look with their eye shapes, how the Han people look, they all descend. No matter how they look, we all converge into one man and one woman. There's no way around that. We all share the same ancestry.
Wait. Are you saying that this paper confirms the concept that your ancestors could be real dark skinned, but you could be real light skinned?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. As it says here.
And this is mixture between Europeans. This is mixture between Europeans, dark-skinned Europeans, brown-skinned Europeans that ended up becoming light-skinned.
Hey, Ibri, what was that word of the day? What were you saying about dark-skinned Caucasians and whatnot?
Yeah, our ancestors would have looked like them dark-skinned.
Yes.
European population, dark-skinned Eurasians.
Indeed.
Dark Caucasoids, basically.
In fact, modern relics will be your Australoids and your Melanesian peoples. That's how ancient Europeans would have looked like. Those old haplogroup C marker, those are old haplogroups that are existing today within the Austronesian people and some of the Polynesian people. They were in Europe during the Upper Paleolithic periods.
Yes, these very dark-skinned sea markers, like your Australian, Aboriginal Australians. Who else?
In the Greco populations,
the Greco populations that are still dark till the day. They are off the CF line.
Mm-hmm.
Go grab a phylogenetic tree. Please grab a phylogenetic tree, a human phylogenetic tree. And you will see these people that are very dark skinned, even till today, come off the CF lineage.
Right.
I mean, you still have these dark skinned Eurasian populations like the Dravidians in India or the Papua New Guinea people and the Australians.
Right. And this paper also crushes that BNC2 gene that he was trying to bring up.
Yeah, go ahead. Please get that.
It says right here, and the new data confirms that about 8,500 years ago, early hunter-gatherers in Spain, Luxembourg, and Hungary also had darker skin. Again, this had nothing to do with their medieval hypothesis where they think, oh, all of medieval Europe was black. And this had nothing to do with that because he brings that up too for some odd reason. 85.
Yeah, wait. Hold on. They had dark skin. How long after Neanderthal disappeared?
Man, they disappeared 30,000 years ago. So this is
it's 8,500. They still had dark skin. What you saying?
They still had dark skin after
How did that happen?
Yeah.
Should they all been light skin Benayah? By 85, they should have all been light skin Benayah.
Yeah, according to
you
him.
even got people like Tacitus and Roman and Greek. Tacitus, my bad.
Tacitus, you're good.
Tacitus, my bad.
There you go.
Going into like Northern Europe and talking about the red-haired white Thracians and blue-eyed white Germanic tribes and all this stuff. They were white for a long time before the medieval ages.
Right, but this is what happened when you're a professional time splitter and time jumper. You fucking you're trying. That's why you pause on that word recently, because you thought if you could trick everybody that was listening. Oh, recently, that could have been just 1,000 years ago, because you're trying to push that medieval bullshit.
Right.
You know what I think he's trying to do? I think he's trying to say that African Americans today that got R and I and G, that they're actually the original Europeans, and those haplogroups are actually black haplogroups.
Yeah, that's what Terry tried to pull. Same thing.
Yeah, but when they say black, they're drawing off for the people or their listeners, because under the social construct that they understand, black mean they related, like directly related, as opposed to no, these people have a different haplogroup than you, unless you belong to those haplogroups.
All right, so let's finish this. It says they lack versions of two genes, SLC2485 and SLC4582, that led to deep pigmentation and therefore pale skin in Europeans today. So they start off dark. The ancestors of modern Europeans today start off dark. They evolved depigmentated after mixing with certain groups that had these genes. That's what it's saying. It says here, but in the far north, where low light levels would favor pale skin, the team found a different picture in hunter-gatherers. 7 people from the 7,700-year-old Motala archaeological site in southern Sweden had both light-skin gene variants SLC2485 and SLC4582. They also had a third gene, the HERC2 OCA2 gene, which causes blue eyes and may also contribute to light skin and blonde hair. This also kills your idea that blue eyes come from fucking Neanderthals too, because there are no fucking Neanderthals in this time period.
Yeah, he tried to force fit Neanderthals and the 3 populations that we were discussing earlier. Khazars, the usual suspects that BHI usually use as fake Jews. The usual suspects, Khazars, Neanderthals, and he just brought up the Yamnaya. And because nobody really knows about the Yamnaya, he's saying they're the ones who spread the Neanderthal. They're the actual Neanderthals that mixed with the Neanderthals first and spread this light-skinned gene.
So this is
like our gene and light skin gene and light hair gene. This is the fallacy that y'all have to be able to see through. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, let's just break down those 3 groups to show how mad that is.
Exactly.
They die off 30,000 years ago. So there are no Neanderthals, right? Yamnaya, they come around, what, 5,000 or 4,000 years ago?
Right. But they don't expand until when?
Now, I'm giving you, that's the Yamnaya expansion age, 4,000 years ago.
Right.
That's the Yamnaya. The fucking Khazarians is 700, 800 CE.
Exactly.
How are you mixing these three groups together? They don't even exist during the same time.
Don't forget the Edomite.
It's no different how he gish galloped. It's no different on how he gish galloped Benayah. Benayah. It's no different on how he gish galloped the Mount Seir into three different places.
Yeah,
you remember that video? You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
This is the foolishness.
Yo, talk that talk, coach. Tell him again, don't you? I don't think they caught you, bro.
This is the term fool. He gish gallop. He gish gallop. He gish gallop that whole population. This Mount Seir, not even population. He gish gallop that specific place into three different areas on a map into three different time spans. Three different ages, I should say. 3 different ages. That's what he did.
Time Splitters 2 for GameCube all over again, man.
Hey,
bro.
What y'all fail to realize is
what
that
you fail to realize.
What you fail to realize is the Neanderthals had access to the Nephilim technology, right? So they were able to travel through time, forward in time, right? You know what I'm saying? So they were able to time skip 20, you know what I'm saying, 6,000 years, you know what I'm saying? Hit up the M9 people right quick. They were able to time skip again, you know what I'm saying?
The Nephilim mothership came and got them.
Yeah. Hit up the Horites and whatnot, drop off the DNA, you know what I'm saying? Take some DNA back, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then that they're just like it was in the time of Noah, so shall it be in the time in the second coming, you know what I'm saying? They finna time skip again, you know what I'm saying, and do it all over again, fam.
Shit's so goofy, bro.
All right, come on, let's get through this. This is only one paper we actually going through that he used, and this is splitting his wig right immediately.
Oh my God!
No, and the cold part about it, bro, is like the people that he's trying to say, like, so he's trying to say that the M9 people introduced the light skin stuff. Is literally saying that when they showed up, light skin stuff was already there.
Exactly.
Literally.
There go the populations again. There you go. That's the ancient hunter gatherers. That's the hunter gatherers
were already pale and blue eyed, but those of Central and Southern Europe had darker skin. That's what the article says. Then the first farmers, shout out to G2A, shout out to Teo.
Roll it up.
From the Near East arrived in Europe. They carried both genes for light skin. As they interbred with the indigenous hunter-gatherers, one of their light skin genes swept through Europe, so that Central and Southern Europeans also began to have lighter skin. So again, as these people culminate, they spread, and that's where they believe light skin disseminated. That's how it was disseminated. And then
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. I know you're trying to get through this, but that indigenous hunter-gatherers, I can guarantee you at some point they're going to make the indigenous hunter-gatherers Neanderthals.
But that don't even make sense because the indigenous hunter-gatherers.
I know it don't make sense, but they don't have no real names, so we could just label them Neanderthals because Neanderthals they hunter-gatherers.
Hey, they time traveling Neanderthals. Get it straight, bro.
Well, all right, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
It says here, so that Central and Southern Europeans also began to have lighter skin. Again, these Europeans, it doesn't say that they were completely wiped out and replaced like this dumbass. It said they began to have lighter skin because these people are mixing, and then farmers are spreading it because farmers, usually agrarians are the ones that are doing most of the migration during the Holocene, as you see with the Natufian related populations, and as you see with the early European farmers, they're coming from the Near East and migrating, sweeping into Europe, and later on with the Bantu expansion, right? It says here, the other gene variant, SLC4582, was at low levels until about 5,800 years ago when it swept up the high frequency. So we don't start seeing this thing balloon, if you will, until about 5,800 years ago. Team also tracked complex traits such as height, which are also the result of the interactions of many genes. They found that selection strongly favored several gene variants for tallness in northern and central Europeans starting 8,000 years ago, with a boost coming from the Yamnaya migration 4,800 years ago. Again, as Moore pointed out, this is before the Yamnaya come, which is a big blow, which is a big blow to this nigga's point.
And the cold part is, bro, like when he's showing it, bro. Hold on, real quick, OG. Like he's literally showing a slide that has like the pictures of this whole thing, the pictures of the whole migration. I'm like, bro, you can sit there and read the dates on the joint that he just got paused up on his presentation. I'm like, bro, this hurts. Like he's literally like he got the nerve. Like I can just talk these people to sleep. I can show them all kind of stuff on the screen and say it says something completely different. And as long as I sound serious to them, they gonna buy it.
All right,
He's still green to a lot of these studies, so he doesn't understand them.
We accomplished what we needed to in this paper.
Think so?
Avery, yeah. What else is there to bring out? We covered that what the three populations was. We covered what the white skin was, how it was spread. We covered that.
Let's touch on the Hurrians. Avery, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
the reason why I'm bringing that up, the reason why I'm bringing up the Hurrians is because they keep making the Horites Neanderthals.
Well, I was going to continue playing the video, but yeah, you can go ahead and do that. Go ahead and handle that real quick.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I say we run into the like all the.
Avery, do you want to touch it? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you up, bro. Do you want to touch on it, bro, or you want to save that for another? Do we need to cast all our pearls to swine? Do we need to cast all our pearls?
I know he's trying to use the Horians and stuff. I saw him make a video briefly talk about them. I don't know if I want to give him information.
All right, we don't want to cast pearls.
What's up to y'all? Do y'all want to go into it?
I don't know. It's up to the audience. Ask the audience if they understand. If the audience, because they follow us, so most of them probably understand.
I might see this.
Let me answer Yas Botanical's question. We only had like 2 paragraphs, well, a paragraph and a half left of that paper, and I didn't feel that it was necessary. We're going into the tallness and the shortness, different genes that are responsible for that.
Right.
But Yas Botanical says, so farmers from the Near East spread the light skin gene into Europe. What part of the Near East? Exactly. They believe they used the Anatolian region to penetrate to Europe. These farmers would have contained people with G2A. It would have contained even E1B1B markers, and maybe explain why you see early E markers in places like Luxembourg, Spain, and stuff of that nature. It's botanical. So it was a mixed bag of a mixed bag of people that migrated into Europe. Hopefully that helped. That answered your question. With that being stated, what are y'all doing?
They don't want to touch on it. They don't want to cast pearls. They want to hold on to that. They don't want to give everything up.
He might.
Let them go study.
I think it's more advantageous to touch on as many papers as possible from what Benayah brought out in that joint. Because like I said, he tried to scattershot the thing. He tried to like gish gallop the thing you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So I think the more we can unpack from what he gish galloped, the better.
So we could touch on that if y'all want, instead of going to the Horians.
Yeah. We listen. I got some papers open, waiting for certain parts. So,
so then bring it out, bro. What you want to touch on?
Anyway, let's play this real quick. First, we're gonna read it again. What Moore was talking about, less than 3,000 or approximately 3,000 years ago, is what we see the Benayah here, and then they make their trek across Northwest Europe and down towards the Balkans, as you can see, 3,000 BCE. This is all after that major event that we just read about when we see the first light skin in Europe.
And this ain't even what I'm talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to touch on something real quick too. You have to understand the Yamnaya didn't come out the northern Caucasus. If you see, it says Anatolia down here, 4,500 BCE. They spread from here, down here in the middle, not from up top, where he's saying that's where he placed not he placed. That's where he showed that particular Neanderthal population.
Yeah. So let's clear it up real quick. Yamnaya do have Central Asia that's north of the Black Sea, as you can see here. And then they spread down into the Caucasus, not come from the Caucasus. So I think that is a great point to bring out as they go across the Adeline Mountains as well.
All right. Also, I want to just add to that if you look at the Yamnaya and their expansion, the Yamnaya expansion, think of it like the Bantu expansion. The Bantus had iron. You know, they were iron smelters, so they was able to conquer and even cut through a lot of the vegetation in Africa to make their way into West Africa and Southern Africa. Whereas the Yamnaya had the wheel. So they were able to traverse long spaces, very far-flung places, and their expansion to conquer their area as well. So, you know, they did conquer a huge area, and it was because of the wheel, horses. They were horse people. If I'm not mistaken, also they used to, you know, as they traveled with their horses, they would drink the milk from the horses, the female horses, things of that nature. That was later on, though.
Just wrap this up in a nice little bow. These are not Neanderthals.
Exactly.
All I gotta say, man, none of this shit says Neanderthal.
Right. And actually, they say that the will comes from these people, not from, you know, everybody else. Like, you know, you hear about the Hyksos with chariots and things of that nature. These people use the wheel for something. They didn't just have wheels. They just didn't invent the wheels and just rolled them down the hill with a stick, pushing them down the hill, you know, while they roll. Like back in the days, you would see they used it for something. So they might have had carts, chariots. They might have been the first one to build some kind of horse and buggy thing. And, you know, so forth and so on. I'll leave it there.
They have place to go people to see.
Exactly. And they're known for, like I said, the wheel.
You know, maybe you're also wondering, all right, so what does this have to do with today? You know, we got Russia, we got Ukraine, we got World War III about to pop off. Why in the world are we wasting time talking about black and white, right? Why are we talking about white skin, black skin, right? Well, it's twofold, right, fam? So in these studies, what you're going to find out is that the origin of the white skin Europeans comes from, you know, what you see on the screen. If you look at the top of the screen here, you'll see a circle that says Yamnaya, right? That is the, you know, homeland or starting point of the Proto-Europeans. Now, you'll see the words Proto-Indo-Europeans off to the right of it, right? So this is the supposed homeland starting point for the Europeans, the Yamnaya. And that name should look a little weird to you, fam, Yamnaya, but believe it or not, that's 100% Hebrew. These Europeans come from a place from a people called the Yamnaya. And not only that, if you look on the map, you see the word Black Sea, right? So you got the Black Sea right in the center. Off to the right, you have the Caspian Sea, and in between, you have the Caucasus Mountains. Well, to the north, like on the top part of the Black Sea, is Ukraine. It's Ukraine, fam. So the homeland of the Indo-Europeans is Ukraine. Why do you think that World War III is popping off in Ukraine? We might touch on that a little bit in this presentation, just to show you that, you know, we may have forgotten who's who and where people came from, but the Most High has not, right? So there is a reason.
All right, so before he goes too deep into it, I just wanted to focus on 3 topics and then we can go back to the video. So 1, Yamnaya is Hebrew. And actually, I just want to touch on that. So does he illustrate how Yamnaya is Hebrew at all? Like, does he go into any lexicons? Or
he gets into
Yam. He uses Yam.
Yeah.
He uses the word Yam.
To use. if you weren't doing like 9 things at once last night playing video games or you were watching the video, you would have heard him say that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
He gets into Yam and Lotan and all that type of stuff. Yeah.
Right.
But like, so again, not just that though. He like, this is something that's been going around in their whole Darbyite circle. Is like, man, this is why World War III is popping off over there. You see that World War III is popping off over there. You know what I'm saying? This is why. Like, this is where the Khazars are, and this is where Ukraine's happening. But man, look at that. Like,
Also, he says that they were called the Yamnaya, even though there's like literally no sources on them being called, like them calling themselves Yamnaya as they
right. Everything is they were given that name. They were given that name by the scientists. Well, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, they were given that name. No different than like Neanderthal. Like back then, they didn't call themselves Neanderthal.
Like the Tufians.
Bantu. Right.
Yeah,
hold on, let me pull up the meaning of the word Yamnaya really. Can y'all kind of filibuster while I pull up what Yamnaya means?
We can run the video while you do that. We can run the video. Go ahead.
Family, why all this this unrest and the wars is starting in Ukraine, right? In the homeland. It is literally the homeland of the Europeans. They may not know it, but that's their homeland. Let's keep going. Now, this is just another map showing you.
Or you can pause before he goes.
If you look, you can find number 6.
Share my screen on Yamnaya.
Yeah, hold on, real quick. This is the slide right here that is so cool.
Exactly.
Hold on. Yeah, because that's the slide that breaks down that like he's literally showing you like the information that's saying the Yamnaya show up after the people already get light skin in the areas and whatnot. And it literally it breaks down the migrations by number, fam.
Exactly.
This is like paint by number, fam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or whatnot. Yamnaya's number 6. They're the last to show up in the thing, fam.
And he pseudoed this up. He pseudoed it up. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
No, you got, bro. I'm just saying the people can see what it is. Like, man, oh man, like we might have to show our own version of it so we can show it full screen and whatnot. But again, like it's ridiculous, man. Like it's literally shown like on the screen that number 4. Oh, like a lot of people they have the light skin genus 7,700 years ago. Just like what everything Yeshub just read in that last paper is illustrated on that page.
Exactly.
In picture form.
All right. So if you go to Wikipedia, you'll see the origin of the term Yamnaya. Just gonna zoom in right here. So reading this right there, its name derives from its characteristic burial tradition, Romanization, Yamnaya. So it's a Romance language, or the name comes from a Romance language, Yamnaya, not Hebrew. Is a Russian adjective that means related to pits. Yama, that's Russian, meaning related to pits. As these people used to bury their dead in kurgans containing simple pit chambers. So that's what Yamnaya is basically meaning. It's like a type of burial tradition. I'm just gonna put push kurgans just so y'all can see, because they should show a depiction of it. Yeah, like this is a kurgan right here. This is like a type of burial pit. So that's what it's just a type of that's the characteristic of their burials.
Burial chambers.
Yeah. Very elaborate. But yeah, that's what Yamnaya means. Just go back real quick.
Oh, don't show them all that. They're gonna use this to say these people, they gotta be from the Most High. They gotta be Hebrew. Look at the elaborate burial chambers. And if y'all don't go
even though it's Russian and
but that's all right. There's nothing wrong with that, because these people, everybody, all these cultures had. You would be amazed that all of the cultures around the globe. You go to look at the Mayan civilization. Look at all of the civilizations with these so-called burial chambers and monuments. That go back to the BC age, or maybe even prior to that, Iron Age. Bronze Age, like, you know, the whole world, you know, these people are Homo sapiens sapiens. They are thinkers. But everybody wants to put each other down. Everybody wants to say, you know, oh, this group of people, because they white, they this. They ain't have no civilization. Same thing with Europeans. Oh, Africans, they ain't had no civilization. You know, everybody's a savage. Man, y'all, all of y'all are idiots.
I was going to read that, but I'm actually going to go back to the video. Did y'all want to break that? Oh, my bad.
Yeah, they're going to do that next. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was just going to say, or did y'all want to break down that chart he has, or let him go over?
I'm sure Yeshua got something for this. Let him rock.
All right.
And it says, Yamnaya people from Russian Ukraine steppes, right, migrate into Germany and North Europe and bring genes for taller height. And then the other influx, so the influx comes from two places. One is from the Yamnaya, right, just above the Caucasus Mountains over in the Ukraine, the area of Ukraine. The other one, or the older one, is Turkey, which they call Anatolia. So hang on one second, fam. I'm just going to do a quick check of my chat here. Let's see. All right, just want to make sure I didn't lose audio. Okay, looks like we're still good. Okay, family. All right, so let's keep going, family. So like I said, there was two primary migrations into Europe. One was the Yamnaya, that's the more recent one. But the older one was from the area that we call Turkey today, which was called Anatolia back in the day. And that's number 3 on the map here. And it says, if you find number 3 off to the right, it says, first farmers from Near East move into Southern and Central Europe. And of course, gives a year of 7,800 years ago, initially bring light-skinned SLC24A5 gene. So that's a gene that they identified associated with light skin. Now, what I will tell you is that there's a couple of genes associated with light skin. You know, there's SLC24A5 and there's SLC45, I believe. Now, over time, they found a better gene that tracks and depicts light skin in Europeans. We're going to talk about that in a little bit, but it's called BNC2. So, and there's a reason why that particular gene is a little bit better than these other two genes that earlier scientists were using to track light skinned individuals light skin traits in individuals. All right. So let's keep reading. And this is where, this talks about those two genes. It says 2 of the genes were associated with producing light skin. It says SLC24A5 and SLC45A2. So those are those 2 genes that I was telling you about, but there is a better gene that we're going to talk about. But again, if you look at the map at the bottom, you'll see Yamnaya and you'll see Anatolia. So those are the 2 migration paths into Europe.
Actually, can you go back real quick to the just a little, and then we can go back to where we stopped off at. We didn't cover the chart, so let's just look at the chart really quick, and then we can go back to where we stopped off. So it says number 1 right there, because he never even read it, but it says number 1 right there. Homo sapiens first colonized Europe from Africa 40,000 years ago and are dark skinned. And then it says number 2. Hunter-gatherers in Spain, Hungary, and Luxembourg still have dark skin around 8,500 years ago. So in Spain, hunter-gatherers, they're still dark skinned 8,500 years ago. So let's go to number 3. First farmers from Near East move into Southern and Central Europe 7,800 years ago, initially bringing light skin SLC24A5 gene. So 7,800 years ago, Near Eastern populations, Middle Eastern populations go into Europe bringing light skin 7,800 years ago. So this is before the Yamnaya.
And we know who that population is. But I'm saying us. We know, just for the audience, we know who that population is. But I'm gonna let my brother finish, and I'm more than certain he won't give up who it is that brought that variant into the area. But go ahead, bro.
And number 4, it says people, I don't know how to pronounce that, the Motala people in southern Scandinavia around 7,700 years ago are light-skinned and blue-eyed thanks to SOC24A5 and SOC45A2 genes. So you already have light-skinned people in places like Scandinavia 7,700 years ago. Again, this is pre-Yamnaya. The Yamnaya are not there yet. You already have 2 types of light-skinned people in Europe. So it's
Right, and make sure that you point out that number 4 has no arrow going
right.
into
So they
any
developed
else.
it on their own. Yeah, they
Right.
developed it independently.
I won't say isolated, but they haven't moved from that area. That's how I'll say it. I won't say isolated. They just haven't moved from that area. They have no
Exactly.
arrow. Oh, go ahead.
Exactly. They developed it independently. Just like the Solomon Island peoples developed blue eyes and blonde hair independently.
And we have to point out also that they have a second variation outside of number 3. So number 3 has SLC24A5 gene, but number 4 has both, another one besides SLC24A5. They also have SLC45A2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Exactly.
So there's 2 different, even though this population that we know that spread, this arrow means spread. There's no spreading up here, but these people up here have 2 different variants. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Exactly. So going to number 5, Central and Southern Europeans begin developing light skin SLC45A2 gene. And so if you look at the chart down below, it says for number 5, that'll be about like 5,000 years ago, somewhere around that, 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. If you look at the timeline chart.
Mm-hmm.
And so now let's finally go to number 6. It says Yamnaya people from Russian/Ukrainian steppe
Populations, yeah.
migrate into what?
Germany. You got your glasses on, bro?
No, it doesn't say population. No.
No, it says Germany.
Yeah, I haven't got there yet. I haven't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let me reread it. So number 6, Yamnaya people from Russian/Ukrainian steppes migrate into Germany and northern Europe, bringing genes for taller height. So, and I think this is dated to after 5,000 years ago. You should see a timeline down below where it says 6. So it's after 5,000 years.
Yeah,
so
it's like 5,800. Yeah.
Okay.
So you see no light skin variant, nothing that they're bringing in. What they're bringing in is height.
Right. And there was already light skin in Europe in population number 3, population number 4, and population number 5 going back at least 7,800 years ago. So before the Yamnaya, there was already light skin people there.
And so this is where he starts to settle up the thing, fam. Like, so he says, but they found a better gene, right? Like, no, fam, you can't, like, so what they're already marking on the screen are different genes, right? Like, so you can't, they're not talking about like a better gene. They're talking about different genes that arise from mutation and whatnot over time and whatnot, right? Like, this is the crazy part. That's what I'm saying. Like, so he's trying to make you believe that the Yamnaya brought in the light skin and they didn't, right? But then he recognizes that he's wrong about that and tries to suit up all at the same time and tells you, nah, but they got this light skin coming in from, from Anatolia, but don't worry about that because they got this better gene that they got to identify Europeans. Nah, fam. They're using all these genes here to identify Europeans over time, like light skin amongst Europeans over time. They're not saying that, you know what, this gene don't matter no more, it disappeared. Like, no, fam. That's not
and
how.
If you notice,
go ahead.
Right, and if you notice, 4 and 5 are the only ones with the SLC45A2. They're the only ones with the 4-5. They you know what I'm saying? You got SLC and number 4, SLC24A5. Excuse me, SLC24A5 in them. And then they have also SLC 4582. And then you see number 5 has the SLC 4582 as well. So these, you know what I'm saying? So Northern that didn't, and you notice number 5 and number 4 have no spread. They have no arrow showing that they're spreading this gene.
Yeah, it says they developed this stuff.
Right, exactly.
I mean, this one slide right. This
That's
one
he's
slide
saying that the Yamnaya spread this. His whole point is spreading. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The people that are spreading it is initially the early European farmers.
Right.
Because they're the ones that are migratory.
G2A. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
G2A, E, and some other various haplogroups.
Right.
I was in Europe.
Yamnaya R.
Yamnaya R comes later, but you do have R1b VA8 in early Europe before M269 comes to Europe.
Right. Okay.
Hey, Bruce, you looking at this slide, Bruce? I hope you're looking at this slide, Bruce, because this whole slide. No, he's always silent. So he be watching this all day, like, you know what I'm saying. But this slide right here, like, it be killing people like Bruce and Taylor and all of them and whatnot. Because again, this one slide proves again that at one point people had dark skin, but their descendants had light skin and whatnot. And it
Don't
kills
invoke that man.
Huh?
Don't invoke that man spirit up in here, please.
Who the hell is Bruce?
It's somebody we deal with all the time who refuses to believe that he's stuck on the council. Like again,
he's a BHI.
He's an avid Teo Dante dude, you know what I'm saying, and he firmly believes that the 12 tribes of Israel were black and their descendants like just stay black. They got this magic black gene to it, like they don't get lighter, you know what I'm saying? They just stay black, you know what I'm saying?
And he stays on Berean channel. Berean black. He dropping some super chats.
Yeah,
I think you'll have a pretty good conversation with Bruce. Jashub, you should
because Bruce out in 20 seconds flat. What you talking about?
You should invite him.
You see my energy toward Bruce, and I'm not even near what Yeshub is.
Yeah.
No, we should invite him to the channel.
No, bro. That wouldn't go well. But let's go ahead and get past this.
Hold on real quick. I don't think I heard. I had to step away for a minute. I had my wife manning the ship for a minute. Did y'all bring this out? Oh, wait a minute. I don't think I heard y'all do this.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Yusuf. I know you want to do something, but please bring that back up.
I will. But did y'all address this? Did you address?
We addressed
Yanayim? So the people know what the word Yanayim means.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we walked through the whole thing.
We walked through the Russian adjective. What?
Yes.
It's Russian, not Hebrew. Okay. All right. That's all I wanted to make sure. Carry on.
Yeah, go back to the last screen.
Y'all are liars, and it's Hebrew, and it's connected to the Leviathan.
All right. So everybody, please look at. I'm sure our audience probably looked at the bottom scale. Yes. Look at the bottom scale. But for those who will watch this later, you see this bottom scale? This is the timeline for these people, and you see Yamnai as the last, number 6.
Yeah. Say that one more time, OG.
Look at this bottom scale, and if you look and you see number 6, and you know what I'm saying, this is the scale of time. This is the timeline. This is the scale, timeline scale, and you see number 6. Number 6 is up here, the Yamnaya. All right, they're the last.
Not only are they the last, right? Like, but what we learned recently from papers from 2022 is that Yamnaya could have had dark skin amongst them, etc., whatnot, intermediate skin, etc., whatnot. So
and that's just around 5,000, 4,000 BCE.
Yeah, so they could have been like population 2 in Spain when they came in, right? How they look like phenotypically in terms of like skin tone or whatnot. So you trying to tell me, OG, they came in last and they might have potentially picked up light skin from them other populations, my nigga?
Very possible. Once they got past these other, which is with number 5, once they got past number 5 and number 4, and they started, because remember, they conquered a lot of this area. And then you have Yamnaya, you have R in Spain. You have R amongst the Sephardics. You have them there.
How dare you, sir?
Why shouldn't I?
How dare you?
The science says so. So I'm sorry if I
your logic offends me, sir.
I know. Too logical. Too logical.
So United showed up. They're the Johnny Come Latelys, and they could have got lighter after they showed up
as they made their way over.
Man,
and who's besides the R in Africa, RV88 that are Bantu basically look, the Bantu, what they're considered Bantu. Yamnaya, you find these R's in where? Ireland? Where? Britain? You find it where?
Yeah, you find them all over Europe.
Listen, bro, I'm not, I'm just pointing out some things. Excuse me.
Hey, OG, you even find them at the top of certain Hebrew Israelite camps. You know what I'm saying?
Excuse me.
Vanilla gorilla. I got a vanilla gorilla.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
All right, go ahead, Yeshua. I know you got some points to make, so go ahead and finish the video so you can get to it.
I got a hunch that we're gonna see some like Arthur Pendragon stuff come out connected to the M9. We're gonna see some pseudo like dragon stuff connected for like.
Oh, they're gonna pseudo up this right here. What we're doing tonight? They're gonna pseudo.
Oh no, they ain't gonna pseudo this up, bro. No.
They will. They'll find a way.
They ain't gonna touch you with a 10. They ain't gonna touch you with a 10-foot pole.
Well, watch them more get into like Nordic culture and the great serpent that's under the tree and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm bright. I dare you
the time traveling serpent. No, that makes too much sense.
They're gonna pick little areas of our video.
No. It makes sense because they're the time traveling serpent.
Exactly.
They're gonna get inspiration from the God of War video game, Valhalla or whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm. So right here, again, same book, Evolution of Human Genome 2, page 160. It gives you a brief breakdown of Europe, the peopling of Europe. I'm just going to read it real quick. It's one paragraph. It says, many aspects of the population history of Europe have been reconstructed from genetic and genomic evidence, drawing inference both from levels and patterns of present genetic diversity and from ancient DNA data. The main events that have been proposed to have shaped the European gene pool are probably as few as 4, including 1. And none of this is going to say Neanderthal, by the way. I mean, not Neanderthal, Nephilim or Horite or Edomite. Spoiler alert. The replacement of Neanderthals by anatomically modern humans around 40,000 years before present, with very limited but non-zero levels of introgression. Okay, so this is where we start seeing Neanderthal disappear 40,000 years ago. And even then, those Neanderthals are more human. The up-to-date science is showing that those Y chromosomes look more modern human than actually what we expect a sister branch of early humans to look like. Therefore, what we're actually seeing is, the result of admixing with them. And these were just Homo sapiens sapiens with the morphology of Neanderthals. But anyway, that's for another story. Number 2, the Paleolithic peopling of the continent followed by the demographic contraction at the last glacial maximum. Again, this is what we showed on the chart, or he showed on the chart of early humans coming from Africa into Europe. Number 3, a large demographic replacement associated with the Neolithic expansion of early farmers that would have affected the genetic makeup of Europeans more strongly in the southeast than in the northwest, and successive migration phenomena, mostly from the east, with a peak in the Bronze Age. And we already know what that is, right? We're talking Yanaya. Since the relative importance in the present gene pool of the Paleolithic and Neolithic substrates, both having entered Europe from the southeast, has been a matter of debate, with an important increase of evidence favoring a strong impact of the Neolithic. Several open questions remain to be addressed, including the relative role of cultural and migrational phenomena in causing the Indo-European linguistic expansion. Recent evidence of ancient DNA, with its diversity in time and space, makes the picture more complex and opens the possibility of other more recent events having left their signature in the European gene pool. So those 4 events basically paint the narrative or the picture of how modern humans got into Europe. Again, replacement of Neanderthals. We see these early, what we call Cro-Magnons, early CNF markers being in that region. And then later we see another replacement of the Middle Eastern farmers, early European farmers coming in, and then lastly, the most recent one is the Benayah expansion. And as we have already covered, light skin was already being dispersed and disseminated throughout Europe before the Benayah even made their trek into Europe. All right, let's go back to the clip.
The initial that earlier scientists were using to track light-skinned individuals light-skinned traits in individuals. All right. So let's keep reading, and this is where this talks about those two genes. It says 2 of the genes were associated with producing light skin. It says SLC24A5 and SLC45A2. So those are those 2 genes that I was telling you about. There is a better gene that we're going to talk about. But again, if you look at the map at the bottom, you'll see Yamnaya and you'll see Anatolia. So those are the 2 migration paths into Europe. And this is just a scientific paper, kind of behind.
Notice he didn't even go into that paper and read anything. He just Texas sharpshooter and then moved on. This is what we're talking about. This flashing of papers. This is the gish gout. This flashing shit. We don't really know what he's talking about here. And we already know what the better gene is. It's the BNC gene or whatever. And he's going to say, oh, this is the better gene they brought in. That has nothing to do with these groups. None of those papers said anything about the BNC gene, but we're going to get into that.
You saying he's trying to flash his library card like at the FBI? Like, that quick flash, right? Quick. Hey, I made you whatever. Hey, what did I say? Hey, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Oh my God.
Trying to be like Tay.
They feed off each other. It's synergy.
Those maps that you saw. And let's see here. I'm just going to read a little bit of this where it says just above this, where you see the green highlighted mark. I'm going to read that full sentence where it says, in this review, we summarize the recent archaeogenomic reconstruction of population admixture in Europe and demonstrate that skin lightening happened as late as 5,000 years ago through migration of lighter pigmented populations. Listen, fam, says from Anatolia, which is Turkey, and the Russian steppe, which is Ukraine, but not primarily via evolutionary pressure from vitamin D synthesis. So basically, the purpose of this study is to show that the light skin migration was in fact due to the migration of those 2 groups and not to pressure from vitamin D synthesis. All right. And so this is just another map to show that you have your 2 groups, one from Turkey, Anatolia, and the other from...
He's still crushing himself because early farmers is 8,500 before present, and they already had those genes. They've been demonstrated to have those genes that would, contribute to lighter skin, which kills his understanding of steppe ancestry. These people in the steppe ancestry would have originally, again, mostly been intermediate in skin.
He's like Teo. They don't understand. He's like Teo. They don't understand maps and scales.
And also, when it comes to these early European farmers going into Europe having light skin, some of those early European farmers also would have been E markers. For instance, EV13, which is typically found in Greeks and Italians, basically Balkan population, Southern Europeans. They would have likely been some of the ones to carry these light skin genes.
Yep.
And one more point, like, so the paper that Benayah just pointed out was from 2020, and like Ibri was saying, the paper we go back to in terms of understanding like we once used to think the skin tone of the M9 were just one shade or whatnot, but now we understand it to be varying and whatnot, based upon a paper that came out in 2022. So this is where Ibri's saying like your man's bringing you older information that's not up to date or whatnot, and acting like it's brand new.
Yep, right.
That's because his people don't know. Like you said, his people don't. Not his people, his followers, because they are people too. But his followers, I'll put it that way, they don't know. They lean on these dudes to give them all understanding. They're omniscient.
Hey man, that's because they got that church mindset. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they got their internet more that can't do no wrong or whatever. But nah, like you can't be trusting people like that, fam. Not when it comes to information, fam. You can't just be giving people your brain away lock, stock, and barrel like that, fam.
My
Like,
pastor never wrong.
Y'all supposedly mad because the pastor at the church wasn't giving y'all the information, but these people that you're going to now still ain't doing it. You got to get your own information, fam. You got to put your own stuff in the back, fam.
They're just following what makes them feel good. That's all.
It is.
You know what though? Like, so on another level, on another level though too, like they felt like they could trust a lot of these people. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people, like so even Abu, right? You can go back and watch Abu talking about Benayah on Barina and whatnot. With his first few interactions with Benayah, he's like, no, Benayah is a class act all the way, blah blah whoopity whoop. And I'm here to tell you, fam, he seems like that, like at first glance or whatnot, when you first deal with him whatnot. But when you get into the information, fam, he's like, again, it's the most fraudulent like information that everybody. When you really like for point, issue for issue, what's fabricated versus what's not fabricated. It's crazy. It's literally.
And the map, I mean, this proves it right here. The map is right in front of them. This, you know what I'm saying? The map, the scale, the migration patterns with the arrows, like this is basic.
His ability, his Jedi mind trick is on point. But like the dark side is strong with it. You know what I'm saying?
He ain't no Jedi. He's a Sith.
Exactly.
Like his Jedi mind trick is on point though. Like he got the hand wave down, son.
He's Plagueis.
Yeah. Go ahead, bro. Finish. Come on. Let's go.
Ukraine, or the step, called the Pontic step or the Russian step. Now, I did tell you before, family, that Yam Naya was a Hebrew word. So Yam, this is just in the Encyclopedia Britannica, just to show you what Yam means. This is like the name that the Europeans were called back in the day. It says Yam. It says
back in the
also
day.
Back in the day.
You caught that?
Back in the day. Okay.
This is why I was like, did y'all read this, bro?
No, we did, but you
we ran right through that. We showed them. Them.
All right, because this.
Go ahead. I mean, if you want to cover it again, go ahead. Yeah, bro, cover it again, because you might show something different.
No, I just want people to understand that this word has nothing to do with ancient Hebrew, and no, these people didn't go around calling themselves Yanaya when they existed, during their time on Earth. That when that culture existed, they were not going around saying, those are the Yanaya people. You fucking dunce.
Unless you believe that the Russians are the original Jews and Shemites, and so they holding this word Yamnaya. They know this word, and most BHI do not believe that the Israelites came out of or Abraham or anybody came out of Russia.
Yeah, man.
I still can't believe you think
these people discovered it. Like he came up with this damn name because of the burial tradition, right?
That's it.
Yeah, it's related to pits, Yama, as these people used to bury their dead in tumuli containing simple pit chambers. That's all it fucking means. These people didn't go around and call themselves Yamnaya.
He even says it right there, Yamnaya, also known as the pit grave culture. It's a culture of pits. It's a grave type thing.
Yeah.
Even pull one up. Where's the which one of the
you have to push the Kurgan's link.
Kurgan's, hit the Kurgan's link. And it'll show the mound.
Is Kurgan's also a Hebrew word? Is that gonna be the next
Oh yeah, remember the Kurgans is part of the Kagans, the Khazarian, the kings and the Kagans, the rulers in the steep pastoralist, with the steep area. That's what they're gonna tell you next.
So this word
association is something fierce.
Hey, so this is the thing though. People give in his circle give Benayah a lot of kudos when it comes to linguistic stuff, because he's come out and said a lot of lies about the Pews and whatnot, right? In their documentaries and otherwise and whatnot. making all kind of claims about language on the pews and being able to translate the pews and having his translations confirmed and whatnot. Fam, that's when I'm like, so that's why we gotta really unsudo this thing, you know what I'm saying? Because like this dude here, you know what I'm saying, is like intellectual enemy number one to the sincere whatnot. Like when you go from the DNA to the history to the bro, again, this is the dude behind the whole you know what I'm saying? We came from Babylon to Spain to West Africa. Like there is no African migration routes no more. You know what I'm saying? Like this is that dude. Like there's so much pseudo we run into on a daily basis that comes from this dude.
Phil Yam, ancient West Semitic deity who ruled the oceans, rivers, lakes, and underground springs. And you know, it goes on to say he also played an important role in the Baal myths recorded on the tablets.
This nigga was clearly lying.
In Ugarit, which said that at the beginning of time, Yam was awarded, and kind of goes in. I'm gonna skip down to the bottom, fam, where it says, according, this is the highlighted part of the bottom where it says, according to some scholars, Yam was the same deity as Lotan, in Hebrew is Leviathan, who was represented as a hydra-like dragon or serpent. So Yam was, according to some scholars, is associated with Leviathan, a dragon or a serpent. So just
pause real quick.
This is pissing me off. This is pissing me off so bad.
So here we go.
This is pissing me off so bad. I want to, as an Israelite, I want to drag his ass through the mud. I just want to drag his ass. Like, excuse my language, but like, this is really pissing me off, yo.
My question. I got a question for y'all on the panel, though. One, do y'all think he legitimately believes that Yemnaya, that one, that they were called Yemnaya back then, and two, that Yemnaya is connected to the Semitic god Yama? Like, do y'all think, one, he legitimately believes that, or that he's making this up? Because I don't know at this point. Like, does he believe that, or did he?
I've dealt with enough of Benayah's information.
I think he's just using word association. He's trying to be a scholar, and he's just connecting things that feel good to him as well. This is my personal, because he's too old. You know, there could be some lies, you know, but I really believe he believes in the magic. Do you believe in magic? I really think that, like, you know, he's so caught up. Watch some of the videos from the brothers that he run with. What's the name of the group again? More.
Oh, Ibri is very well familiar. He knows him very well.
Yeah, so they're very, you know, but at the same time, it just works for him too financially. I've watched his channel grow. I mean, if you look at some of his videos, and I'm not saying he don't work or anything. I don't know his personal business, but I've watched his videos grow and the graphics and stuff that they use. You know?
Yeah, I was there in the beginning too when his channel, you know, was out. Like, I was watching from the very beginning as well.
So I'm not gonna blame. I'm not gonna say like he don't make his own money. It could be money they making from the from their I don't want to say church, but their followers. Like, you know these brothers have temples. They have temples. Yeah, they have temples. You know, and you know, so I'm not trying to drag all of them. Like I'm saying, that's not what I'm here for. I'm not really trying, but at the same time, this nonsense, what he's doing is really like, I'm like done with him. And I don't mean done like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, like, he needs to be like vetted. You know, this vetting that we're doing needs to, it needs to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So what about?
Go ahead,
bro.
Yeah. What about the rest of y'all with the same question? I saw D Red in the chat say, yes, I believe he believes that. What about the rest of y'all? Y'all think he's just straight up lying, or that he actually believes Yemnaya is a Semitic god and the Yim and I were called that back then.
I think he's. I think it's a mix.
I think he's lying. Yeah, I think he's lying and believing in some of this shit, but I think he's lying because he know he being slick, bro. You know that goddamn paper didn't say shit about no Neanderthals and what's the other group? Fucking Khazarians. Nigga.
Thank you, Yeshua. Because I'm saying, like, he knows he's doing that shit, bro. He knows he makes conscious decisions to leave stuff out. He makes conscious decisions to not talk about stuff. He knows what he's excluding, right? He's not being forthright. So does he? Let me say this: he wants to believe that what he's saying is the truth, but he knows he's lying to make it so.
Okay.
So he got itchy ears too, for his own words.
Because listening to this, I was like, does he actually believe that? But yeah, I agree. I think he does. I think he is lying in some parts, and the other parts he wanna believe. Yeah. But them super chats, at some point, it's gonna come to the point where he just gonna be lying so he can get money.
Well, so his type of lines already paid off from and whatnot. So they've already made like the Reclaiming the Throne documentary and whatnot. He's already put up a bunch of pseudo information and stuff that didn't go checked or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And when it got checked, people wanted to flip out or whatnot because people were checked, like little old me was checking it or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And whenever we check stuff, like you saw what happened with E, like she was like, "Oh, what? Who's next? Who's next?" You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I wonder if he believes. I wonder if he thinks that Neanderthals were called Neanderthals 30,000 years ago.
See, bro, that's what I'm saying. When you saying like, is he lying? I'm like, bro, like there's some stuff that he's saying that you gotta suspend belief for. Like, so is he doing that for himself? Is that what he's really doing? Is he suspending belief, like just so he can come up with these theories and like and believe in them too? Or like I can't. I don't want to believe that like my man is older than me, right? Playing like pretend and whatnot. You understand what I'm saying?
But then you got
that hurts if that's what's going on.
But the thing is, you do have people that think like that. Like, I hate to say his name, but like Darvis, like he believed.
Actually, Darvis.
Like his Benayah.
Please don't call that brother. Please.
His Benayah Ben Israel Darvis. I'm just saying, like, is he actually like that?
So, but hold on, yeah. So Benayah is Darvis that's well spoken and with the budget.
Darvis will smack the shit out of Benayah, man. Stop playing with my nigga, man. Respect on my nigga name.
Hey, Darvis do got the pseudo belt. You know what I'm saying?
Bro,
he's the heavyweight champ of the pseudo game. Him or Lance? Lance is right there, bro.
I forgot Lance. What did he say?
Lance got the coldest doctrine in the game, bro. He got like the Pyramid Earth doctrine, bro.
That's what I was about to say. Is he the one with the Pyramid Earth? Yeah, okay.
That's the coldest doctrine in the game, bro. It's Pyramid Earth, son.
He made his own chart too. I give him this. At least he made his own chart. It did look interesting.
Well, that's his model, even though it's bullshit.
The Earth is a pyramid, brother.
I forgot. Is it more of a pyramid or is it a diamond? Because what about the bottom part?
It's like, would a diamond be a pyramid on top and a pyramid on the bottom?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so something like that. Yeah, I don't even know how to characterize that, but I don't. I fucking don't. I'm actually being honest. Look at this article. Man. This guy just keeps pseudoing it up, man.
We got the whole world.
So the question is like, all right, so when did this skin lightening in Europe occur? Because according to science, like this isn't something that's debatable, it's not in question, it's pretty well established in the scientific community. The only question is when. Like, when did it happen? So if anyone's out there still arguing about Europe being white from the beginning, that's not supported by science today. Why? Because they mapped the human genome, they mapped the Neanderthal genome, and they're able to extract the genes from.
No, that has nothing to do with it. See, there you go, interjecting things. There was some truth there that early Europeans were not light skin or pale skin. Rather, I like to say pale skin because that's what he's getting at, right? Then you throw that in there, because they looked at no, it had nothing to do with Neanderthals. It nothing, whatever, what you're about to read, this article has nothing to fucking do with Neanderthals.
Yashub, how do you sell a lie?
You put a little truth in it.
Thank you, Father.
But it's like rat poison. Rat poison is like 98% edible food. And it's the 2% that'll get your ass clapped, nigga.
And just in case anybody thought when I said right after Yashub said what he said, and I said, thank you, Father, I wasn't calling him Father. I was calling out to the Father.
He was calling Benayah Father. Because them niggas damn sure be treating them like that.
He was calling out to Benayah, you know what I'm saying?
Just like when Nathaniel, that ISUBK leader or whatever, was on that horse.
I see. Yeah, he was on that horse, man. Let you know, you lowly niggas can't touch his Benayah status, nigga.
Yo, he's out of the
technically, no, I don't know what the fuck his DNA is. But technically, the first people to ride horses would be Benayah. So
that's true. That is true.
Shout out to the Benayah R1B M269 gang in the building.
That was the Benayah gang was something else. They did a Bantu expansion in Europe.
Yeah,
that was work. That was work. That ain't, you know what I'm saying? They had to have some. Go ahead,
they were slapping the shit out of Teo's fucking ancestors.
G2A.
He said your women are pretty.
They were smacking the shit out of I. They were smacking the shit out of everybody. Jay, they was pushing Jay back. They was smacking the shit out of all of their European brothers.
Yeah, and fucking them niggas bitches, man. I told y'all.
Hold on, so you trying to tell me that the ancestors of good old Alonzo, aka Abu, you know what I'm saying, had their foot on the necks of G2A for centuries?
Yes, this is a long-lasting rivalry.
A long-lasting feud between
long-lasting.
Yeah.
So G2A been getting them for the longest. Look,
there are articles literally saying that these were thugs. That you think I'm bullshit?
I read those articles.
That's what they were saying.
No, I'm already knowing.
Yeah, I read
basically, yeah, that's what they were saying. The Benayah were thugs. They muscled their way through. All they needed was that wheel, bro. They had the wheel and them horses. Learn how to tolerate milk, drinking that horse milk, and they was traveling. They could go far riding those female horses.
I remember the article said that there were young thugs of men that went into your.
Listen, these was young, and they were young men. Listen, when you, as a Benayah, you probably got your manhood at 14, 15 years old.
Right. You are a little old man, exactly.
Yeah, had a horse, had full of pimples on your face, full of testosterone.
Evie, listen to me, man. Over the weekend when I was on vacation, I met one of my in-laws. Well, I heard of one of my in-laws that actually does film. With that being said, I need you to make a movie called King Abu. and the movie is about the Benayah expansion.
I got you, bro. I got you, bro.
And make the hunter gatherers call the hunter gatherers Teo. Like the whole fucking, not just one individual, the whole clique that's getting fucked up.
Hey, and we need to.
I got you, bro. I got you.
Hey, it's got to be subtitled "The Black Khazars."
Yeah, I'll put something together. As
King Abu, the ruler of the Black Khazars. You know what I'm saying?
How about Abu the barbarian, just like Conan the Barbarian, going around smacking folks?
Abu the Black Khazar Khan. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. With my man Alonzo.
And I want Sean in the background talking about, so get that nigga Abu. I want him. Oh shit!
From those ancient remains, and they proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that white skin was not there first. That it was the dark skinned population that was replaced by the light skinned population. Like I said, when did that happen? So, depending on which publication you read, some will say 7,000 years ago. It's kind of like this one. This one's interesting because specifically in England, there's this phenotype of dark skin, blue eyes. which, you know, I think it's out of the scope of this presentation, but that is actually a specific Neanderthal trait. This dark skin, blue eyes is not the norm, but in England, that's one of the traits of a specific Neanderthal. So, but we will save that for another time. But the purpose of this, of me just showing you these,
exactly.
these
Let's slow
articles.
that down.
Go back to that paper, you lying son of a bitch.
Another article. Go ahead, but the article probably. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
They just flashed the fucking article. 7,000-year-old human bone suggests new date for light skin. That's what he brought up.
Another zinger.
And then he immediately left this. He made some false fucking claims about this. Well, Europeans today are not the Europeans before. Get your goofy ass on. That's not what this is saying. Again, quick read. This is an easy read. In ancient European hunter-gatherer, man had dark skin and blue eyes, and new genetic analysis has revealed. The analysis of the man who lived in modern-day Spain only about 7,000 years ago shows light-skinned genes, and Europeans evolved much more recently than previously thought. We already know who this man is, Cheddar Man. We already know this, right? It says the findings, which were detailed today, January 26th, in the journal Nature, also hint that light skin evolved not to adjust to the lower light conditions in Europe compared with Africa, but instead to the new diet that emerged after the agricultural revolution. Again, this paper was written in 2014. The other paper we read earlier was published in 2015 in Science, and it talks about the farmers already having those light skin genes, and they were responsible for bringing in and spreading it. It says here, said the co-author Carlos Loaiza Fox, a paleogenomics researcher at Pompeu Fabra University in Spain. Many scientists have believed that lighter skin gradually arose in Europeans starting around 40,000 years ago, soon after people left tropical Africa for Europe's higher latitudes. The hunter-gatherers' dark skin pushed this date forward to only 7,000 years ago, suggesting that at least some humans lived considerably longer than thought in Europe before losing, not being replaced, losing the dark pigmentation, right? So again, these lighter skinned people, these pale skinned people in Europe today descend from darker people. And that's the trick bag of this whole video. He's not telling you that. That's why he's not going in and reading and disseminating information.
He didn't even tell them that there was that. He didn't even tell them that was Cheddar Man.
Right. He said it was in England. This is talking about Spain. This fucking idiot.
Who carried haplogroup I, by the way, so he wouldn't have been like a black European, like he keep on saying these black people in Europe. He wouldn't have been like a black person. He would have been he
wouldn't have been a Yoruba.
Right.
Or a
right, but they keep trying to, they just use this global melanated black concept and not understanding that people are separated, like literally by ethnicity, and the haplogroups show where you belong on the phylogenetic tree.
Exactly. It was not a E1B1A black man. No.
Right, which is significant because
stop saying that, because that's going to confuse people. That's going to confuse people saying not an E1B1A black man. Here's the problem. We keep saying black man, and that's where he's running with. He's using the ignorance of his audience to keep saying black to make them say us, right?
Here's where it's pointed though, because Benayah specifically runs with the concept that E1B1A is the Israelite haplogroup.
Mm-hmm.
So I hear what you're saying. Like you should, like, yeah, like we can't blur the line, but Ebree's making a good point because Benayah does specifically hone in on that one haplogroup.
Right, but at the same time, this is where you start to figure out where the lies come in. Because a lot of his videos are E1B1A. But then he goes into the global understanding of melanated people is black, so is black, so these people are black.
That's that Ron Dalton. Like again, that's why I keep saying, like, you got to understand, you got to understand who he's linked with and like what the history is and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So so they come from like a squad of editors and producers, like video editors and video producers and whatnot. They helped Ron Dalton make his movies or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? So that whole like everybody's black as an Israelite thing like that. They got that whole spread from Ron Dalton and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? But then he got his own E1B1A pseudo with the whole thing that they got from Darby and all them or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? So they blend the thing.
And the crazy thing is we're not saying that E1B1A couldn't have been Israel. We're not saying that E1B1B couldn't have, just E period couldn't have been the population that were seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Right? We're not saying that, but as we listen to what he's doing, he's pseudoing up all of universal blackness into one universal people and separate this gene, this European white gene, light-skinned, blue-eyed, red-haired devil. This is NOI. This is NOI to how would you say it to this do? Not even second power. NOI do. Part 2.
I guess. Yeah, man. The mothership is coming. But
Exactly.
anyway, let's finish reading this. The hunter-gatherer's dark skin pushes this day forward to only 7,000 years ago, suggesting that at least some humans lived considerably longer than thought in Europe before losing the dark pigmentation that evolved under Africa's sun. It was assumed that the lighter skin was something needed in high latitudes to synthesize vitamin D in places where UV light is lower than in the tropics. Louisa Fox told Live Science. Scientists had assumed this was true because people need vitamin D for healthy bones. You can synthesize it in the skin with energy from the sun's UV rays, but darker skin like that of hunter-gatherer man prevents UV ray absorption. And sidebar, this is easily mitigated by having a diet rich in fish or rich in anything that's vitamin D enriched, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, that's just a sidebar. It says, but the new discovery shows that latitude alone didn't drive the evolution of Europeans' light skin. If it had, light skin would have become widespread in Europeans millennia earlier, Lawasia Fox said. And we don't see that. Everything older than this has been presumed to be darker, not pale. Mysterious find. In 2006, hikers discovered 2 male skeletons buried in a labyrinth cave known as La Braña Arentero in the Cantabrian Mountains of Spain. At first, officials thought the skeletons may have been recent murder victims, but then an analysis revealed the skeletons were about 7,000 years old and had no signs of trauma. The bodies were covered with red soil, characteristic of Paleolithic burial sites, Louisa Fox said. At the time of discovery, genetic techniques weren't advanced enough to analyze the skeletons. Several years later, the team revisited the skeletons and extracted DNA from a molar tooth in one skeleton. The other skeleton had been sitting in water for millennia, so his DNA was more degraded. It says here, blue eyes, dark skin. And before I continue to read here, he's making the connection with blue eyes with Natuthians, Neanderthals. And this is his way of saying that these are serpent people. He's going to say that at the end of the video, basically, that all these people are serpent people, which is weird shit. And this article doesn't say any of that. It says the analysis of the DNA shows the man had the gene mutation for blue eyes, but not the European mutation for lighter skin. The DNA also shows that the man was more closely related to modern-day Northern Europeans than to Southern Europeans. The discovery may explain why baby blue eyes are more common in Scandinavia. It's been thought that poor conditions in Northern Europe delayed the agricultural revolution there, so Scandinavians may have more genetic traces of their hunter-gatherer past, including a random blue-eye mutation that emerged in a small population of ancient hunter-gatherers, Louisa Fox said. Again, this has nothing to do with not Neanderthals. I don't know why I keep wanting to say Natuthians. Has nothing to do with Neanderthals. Has nothing to do with space pirates coming down and having sex with humans and creating these alien hybrids. Has nothing to do with that. It's very simple. It's a mutation that arose in these modern human populations long after the Neanderthals had perished. A skin change to the finding implies that most of their evolutionary history, Europeans were not what many people today would call Caucasian, said Guido Barbuhani, president of the Genetic Association Italian in Ferrara, Italy, who was not involved in the study. Instead, what seems likely then is that the dietary changes accompanying the so-called Neolithic revolution or the transition from food collection to food production might have caused or contributed to cause this change, Barbuhani said. In the food production theory, the cereal-rich diet of Neolithic farmers lacked vitamin D, so Europeans rapidly lost their dark skin pigmentation only once they switched to agriculture, because it was only at that point that they had to synthesize vitamin D from the sun more readily. So again, none of this is it comports with his weird pseudoscience, alien science that he has made up in his damn mind and the rhetoric that he spews. This is easily explained. It's very simple stuff to get. These people lost their dark skin pigmentation. The people today in Europe descend from these groups. Matter of fact, I have something to buttress this claim. Again, we actually read the information here on the source. We don't just flash fucking source titles in your face and say, believe me. So with that, let's go here real quick. I won't be long. Let me get back to the video. Won't be long here. Again, back to the evolution of human genome 2, page 167. Let's start right here. Lazarus et al. Proposed that 3 ancestral populations significantly contributed to the genomic variation of present-day Europeans. They sequenced the genomes of a 7,000-year-old farmer from Germany and 8,000-year-old hunter-gatherer from Luxembourg and Sweden, and analyzed them along with other ancient genomes and 2,345 contemporary humans. The results show that most present-day Europeans are likely to derive from at least 3 recognizable source populations. Western European hunter-gatherers. What did we just read about? A Western European hunter-gatherer. That's what Cheddarman is. Those dark-skinned, blue-eyed individuals of ancient Europe past are the ancestors of modern Europeans. Right? That's called continuity. It says here, who contributed ancestry to all Europeans. Let me read that again. Western European hunter-gatherers who contributed ancestry to all Europeans. So Western Europe or Mesolithic Europeans like Cheddarman contribute to all Europeans, but not to Near Easterners. Ancient North Eurasians related to Upper Paleolithic Siberians who contributed to both Europeans and Near Easterners. That makes sense because it is said that most of these people are, may have the R haplogroup, and we know that that goes back to P, and we know that some of the oldest groups within that clade come from Siberia. And it says an early European farmers. This is the group that's responsible for spreading the pale skin or lighter skin genes, right? So that this is it. There is no Neanderthal admixture here causing this.
Bro, break that down again. You said who Cheddarman would belong to? What population?
The Western European hunter-gatherers.
Oh, dark skin? Did you say?
Yes, dark-skinned individuals.
Oh,
and
I'm
they
sorry.
contribute ancestry to all Europeans, man. They contribute ancestry to all Europeans.
Mm-hmm. And he is haplogroup what?
I, which
okay.
Their haplogroup I is still prevalent in
very
Europe
much so.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody's putting them down because they're hunter-gatherers. Don't take that like we're trying to shoot them down or the geneticist is trying to shoot them. These are just populations that live. Everybody had hunter-gatherers amongst them, in their early populations. So don't take it as like a slight or like somebody's trying to put haplogroup I down.
Big fact.
I'm sorry about that.
All right, so we're gonna go back to the clip, try and get as much as this done tonight. See what we got here.
Family, I want you just to see that, it's been well established. It's known that this white complexion was something that arose, right? It came at a later date. It says how white skin evolved in Europeans. Pale complexions only spread in the region 8,000 years ago, study claims, right? And this one says 5,000 years, right? This was talking about, direct evidence of positive selection of skin. Articles talking about how white skin came to be prevalent in Europe. And this is saying they saw this selection that changed from black to white. They call it selection. They call it positive selection. But that positive selection happened in the last 5,000 years is what this one says. And they even have charts. And it's interesting because when you look at the chart, is if you see there's a, especially like the one in the middle, if you can see it, it curves up. The closer you get to 3, like that's the closer you get to the present day, you can see that there was an extreme change in recent times, right? And then again, this is just another one that says 5,000 years. So like I said, it's pretty redundant, family. This one says detection of adaptation in the past 2,000 years. So just to show you, family, that depending on which one you look at, there have been, they know that the change from black to white is relatively recent. It's a recent phenomenon. And this is, we're talking about Europe, right? So we're going to skip over this one. This one does have a pretty nice chart where it shows present day on the right, and what you're looking at is a graph of skin color. So present day, let's say for instance, if you look at B where it says northern or northwestern Europe, B, right? This is the skin.
Where does everybody think he got this from? Finally trying to look up charts like this. This dude been listening to us, yeah. I'll leave it at that. Go ahead.
According to their scientific study, they're saying, according to their scientific study, skin tone today is white. And that's why you see it's this graph. It's white on the right-hand side. But as you move from right to left, and you're going back in time, you'll see that the average population, color of the population in Europe changed to black or to brown skin. And you can see that across the board, family. You can see Central Asia, East Asia, right? Only one that's a little weird is D. Americas is just straight black. So, it is what it is, fam. Now, I will tell you that as you're doing your research, you have to pay attention to the dates, because early on, there were scientists out there that rejected it. So around 2012, you had this article from New Scientist saying Europeans did not inherit pale skin from Neanderthals, right? But they could only say that for so long. Why? Well, because there were other research reports that were published after this that proved that was incorrect. And then after these other research reports came out, then it was pretty much settled. And actually, one of the guys that what I'm going to show you is that one of the guys that did a major discovery on this front, he actually won a Nobel Prize for it on skin color, right? On skin color. So here we go, NBC News, and it says, which parts of us are Neanderthal genes? Which parts of us are Neanderthal? Genes point to skin and hair. So one of the things you'll find, family, is that people will tell you that, well, it's only 2%. When Europeans contracted Neanderthal DNA, it was only 2%. Well, that 2%, and they'll tell you that, well, and the 2% varies. That's correct to a certain degree. There's usually a base, how can I put it? There's a base pair or trait that's inherited. And then aside from that base, you can find random things aside from the base, but the base things that's normally transmitted or transferred from Neanderthals is skin and hair genes, right? Mutations that are associated with skin and hair, those are the ones that are transferring over at a high frequency or high rate. The other things may change, but skin and hair are the things that's pretty consistently transferred over from Neanderthal to human. And this one, it says, this is an NBC News report, and it says a double barrel comparison of ancient Neanderthal DNA with hundreds of modern day genomes suggests that many of us have Neanderthal skin and hair traits. All right, mothers, all right, Emas, don't get mad at me now. Because we're about to go someplace where you probably didn't expect us to go. But so like we were talking about before, Neanderthal skin traits came over, and it was the trait for light skin, right? But there was also the trait for hair that came over as well. And let's keep reading, but we're not going to go too much into it on this one, but we'll dig into it a little bit. It says, but other parts of the Neanderthal genome appear to have been bred out of us along the way. The findings reported Wednesday by two separate teams of researchers in the journals Science and Nature follow up on the previous studies showing that Neanderthals interbred with humans outside of Africa, even though the Neanderthals went extinct about 30,000 years ago. All right. And then, of course, then it says prime territory, right? This is what I was telling you about, fam. It says skin and hair. Both studies pinpoint parts of the genome that affect skin and hair characteristics as prime territory for snippets of Neanderthal DNA. In other words, fam, those are the primary ones that get transferred over. All right. So this is just a map of where they believe that the interbreeding between modern humans and Neanderthals occurred. The part that you see in tan, which goes through Europe and through the Caucasus and into Asia, that is the territory where the Neanderthals.
I'm sorry. He said the part that says tan, the arrows that says tan. I'm sorry. He said that the part that is tan, which is Neanderthal, he said the part that is tan traveled. I'm sorry. Run the video. I'm sorry.
You can see where it says interbreeding with Neanderthals occurred, and they, their guess is somewhere in Babylon of all places. And then off to the left, you'll see where it says Europeans, and it says BNC2. So that's the gene that I was telling you about, family, that they are now tracking or tracing, that they're saying that this particular gene, this Neanderthal gene, is what Europeans contracted. And this is the gene that's mostly responsible for the white or pale skin. And here's just another view of the territory of the Neanderthals. And you can see that it also includes what some would refer to as present day Israel, right? Present day Israel in the Middle East, if there's such a thing. All right. And so, just another screenshot from an article where they actually list out some of the things that were transferred over. And you'll see hair color was one, eating disorders and schizophrenia. Now, we'll touch on this as well, because one of the things that they identified early on that was transferred from the Neanderthal over was behavior and mood. Behavior and mood, right? In addition to skin tone and hair and all that other stuff. So, and I guess history will tell us, how behavior, mood from the Neanderthal impacted, the Europeans, right? I think we can look at the history for that. But let me show you this this slide here, family. So this slide shows you all the locations where they found Neanderthals. Now this is pretty dated now. I don't think this is up to date, but wherever you see a color circle, that is where they were able to extract Neanderthal DNA. And so you'll see that you have a whole bunch of Neanderthal sites over in Europe, France, you got some in Spain, Germany, Italy. But then if you move over to the right, you'll see one that's kind of in the middle. It says Mesmeskaya. That is in the Caucasus Mountains. Now, let me play something for you real quick. This is from a professor, and he's going to describe, out of all these different Neanderthals, he's going to describe, how can I put it, which one Europeans are most closest to as far as their DNA.
Can you pause for a second, bro?
Took the DNA of all those Neanderthals and then compared it to.
I'm about to say, y'all asleep, man.
No, I'm here. Listen. So remember the scale that we had 1 through 6 with Benayah, with the Benayah, with the western.
It was the Mulatto
Europeans.
people in Sweden. It was the population.
Right, the Swedens are right. Okay.
Okay.
Right. So you see all these Neanderthal groups in the middle. But if we was to grab that scale again, you'll see that with the SL2, the SLC variants from North Europe and Southern Europe were the only two that passed those genes around. But he's saying all the way over here in the Caucasus Mountains, this particular Neanderthal gene was brung in by the Benayah, and at that same scale that he was using to say that the Benayah brung that gene into this area. Remember, the Benayah showed no SLC; it showed nothing. And he's using, but look at all these Neanderthals here, and even though they're here, there was nothing in Sweden. There was nothing. The two groups, I think it was 5 and 3, if I'm not mistaken. 5 and 3. 5 would be the Norwegians, and 3 would be down around North Africa that had the SLC variant or the SLC gene. And he's still trying to build this Eurasian, this Neanderthal in the Caucasus Mountains, and the Benayah pushing this gene into the area.
Yeah, it's shit's stupid. Again, this is anachronistic because again, Neanderthals were not around during the time and the advent of when we start seeing lighter skinned modern Homo sapiens in Europe. Again, that happens. He pulled several sources showing 7,000-8,000 years ago, not 40 or 30,000 years ago, when the Neanderthals were still living. That's the major problem he's having here. It's a time problem.
To the DNA of modern day Europeans to see which one of these Neanderthals that the modern day Europeans are closest to, are related to. Let's see what he says. All right, stand by, family.
One of the most exciting things that we've learned about Neanderthals from their genetics is just how diverse they are. Neanderthals in Central Asia, for example, the very high quality Neanderthal genome that's come from Denisova cave, are different from Neanderthals in Europe. Those differences are almost as great as differences between any living human populations today. So the Neanderthals had within them, more than 50,000 years ago, a substantial store of variation. And that store of variation, we don't yet know. One of the most exciting things that we've learned about Neanderthals from their genetics is just how diverse they are. Neanderthals in Central Asia, for example, the very high quality Neanderthal genome that's come from Denisova cave, are different from Neanderthals in Europe. Those differences are almost as great as differences between any living human populations today. So the Neanderthals had within them, more than 50,000 years ago, a substantial store of variation.
All right, so what he's saying is that there's variation in the Neanderthals that they dug up, right? So basically, not all the Neanderthals look the same, right? Some Neanderthals were brown, some Neanderthals were white. But let's see which one he tells us that the Europeans are closest to.
And that store of variation, we don't yet know how it contributed to later human populations. It could be that we got most of our Neanderthal genetics from only one small part of the Neanderthal population. In fact, when we look at all the Neanderthals that we have DNA from, we find that we're most similar to a Neanderthal individual from Mesmyskaya, which is a site in the Caucasus Mountains in Russia.
All right. So
Here
what he's saying, families, is that Europeans are closest to, or the Neanderthal that's within their DNA is closest to, or closely matches the Neanderthal that's in the Caucasus Mountains. So this is just one of the things that.
Real quick. Did my G said? Did he say did the professor on the screen say Europeans, or did he say we as in human beings?
We as in human beings.
Exactly.
Dear God.
Exactly.
Yo, stop with the pseudo fam.
The us against them ideology, man. Black versus white ideology. That's all this shit is. Just to show that real quick, because Avery actually did a great job of showing that earlier. Let me see if I can pull this paper up real quick. Because I'm saving this a little later. That Africans actually are involved with ancestry from Neanderthals. This is not secret. This has been known for a couple of years now.
Yo, not just Neanderthals. West Africans got admixture with the ghost population of archaic humans and whatnot, fam.
We brought that up earlier.
Yeah.
We started off the live like that.
Right, we got a whole different hominid. Real quick, OG, we got a whole different hominid in West Africa that we intermixed with. The Europeans ain't had nothing to do with.
That's what I just said. We opened this live with that. We opened this live with that. That all of us have a genome from archaic humans. The whole planet. All of us. Whether they're from Africa, Eurasia, Eastern Asia. We just seen that map that had a bunch of burial sites that they dug up in Western Europe with a bunch of what they would consider Neanderthals, and they probably weren't full-bred Neanderthals. They might have been those who had variants from them. But this is what, we've been bringing this out the whole time. I'll leave it at that.
So to keep it consistent, Benayah, are you saying that all the red bones in West Africa, like amongst the Yoruba and the Igbo and the Fulani, went out there, they all got that way because of the ghost, the admixture of DNA we got with that ghost population of archaic humans and whatnot? Is that what that is? Tell me that's not what you're saying, fam.
Blink twice. Where you at, bro?
I'm the I Dream of Genie doctrine. Blink twice.
Oh my God, bro.
This is a lot.
That's your boy.
Avery, that's why I keep saying he wants the stuff to be true, but he got to lie to make it true. You know what I'm saying? Like he knows he's mischaracterizing your boy. The dude is not saying, only Europeans have this admixture with Neanderthals that goes back to this. He ain't, bruh. He's saying we.
He's shoehorning everything to fit BHI doctrine.
Africans actually had it first before the Europeans.
Thank you. Thank you. And we interbred with them.
We're going to read it here. What does it say here? Hold on. Let me pull this all the way up.
You want to show which paper, or you just want to?
I want to read this and get a title after it because I want to lose my spot.
Okay.
That's what I was doing while you guys were talking, pulling this up. Okay. It said it has previously been suggested that Eurasian back migration may be responsible for Neanderthal materials in Africans. However, we find no evidence for enrichment of Neanderthal-like material in putatively Eurasian-derived genomic segments in Africans, indicating that Neanderthal introgression into Eurasians occurred after, keyword after, the African introgression event we study here, or that further population structure in the Eurasian ancestral population precluded substantial transmission of Neanderthal material into Africa. That's what this paper says.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you
Which paper is that? Yeah.
this paper is Ancient Admixture into Africa from the Ancestors of Non-Africans.
Mm-hmm. And that's 2020.
Mm-hmm. We brought this paper out before. I actually read
we
this.
did it. I just said that because I just wanted you to show the family. I know what paper it was.
Pins European to the Caucasus Mountains. There's more traits than just this one. I just want to point out that this is one of the traits that pins present-day Europeans to the Caucasus Mountains. So just to kind of take a quick pause here, I'm looking through the comments. I see there's comments about Esau. So definitely, family. We're not going to cover that in this presentation, but there is definitely some. How can I put it? Yeah, Esau's in the house. So I put it to you this way: Esau.
Yeah, you're about to pseudo that up too. So
I saw someone also mention Japhet. So it's not covered in this presentation. But what I will tell you, family, is that the area of the Yamnaya was a melting pot of like 2 or 3.
Here we go.
This shit's retarded. Let me go back to that paper because I forgot to show the damn chart. Hold on. Let me show the chart for all those that are still woke. I know it's a little late. It's a work night.
That's all right, but people are going to watch this tomorrow. Yeah,
Right.
but people are going to watch this tomorrow and the day after and the day after, so they're going to have the same questions. So it's good that you bring this out.
So here's the model right here from the paper that I just cited. It's in the chat. 1 represents the shared, asymmetric from ancestors of non-Africans across there. And then 3, 4. I can't even see this on my paper. I'm trying to read this. Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me blow this up. No, go back. Well, where's Avery when you need him, man? This shit just bugged out on me. Hold on, let me go back.
No, I'm here.
I'm trying to show the introgression that was mentioned in this paper.
Hold on, let me see if I can pull it.
It's kind of blurry on my end.
What's the name of the paper again?
Ancient admixture into Africa from the ancestors of non-Africans.
I'm working on a presentation right now, looking at the exact same paper. So hold on. But share my screen in a minute here. All right, here.
All right, so here it is. I got it.
Got it. Okay.
Wait. So 2 is shared Neanderthal gene flow from 50 to 60,000 years ago. You see that number 2 on the bottom? Can y'all see that? Let me make sure you guys.
Yeah, we can see it.
See that number 2 where it says shared Neanderthal gene flow? As you can see, it correlates with the blue up here.
Yeah.
Here. And then you see the asymmetric admixtures from the ancestors of non-Africans 30 to 70,000 years ago. It cuts across all groups. Well, the ancestors of all groups, as you can see here. It cuts across all groups. Well, the ancestors of all groups, as you can see here. I'm getting an echo. Right, so asymmetric admixture for ancestors of non-Africans 30 to 7,000 years ago. It cuts across all these ancestral groups here. The ancestral groups that become Western and Eastern Africans. It cuts through there. It cuts through the Mbuti and Biaka. It cuts through the Khoisan. It cuts through the Western Eurasians, the ancestors of Western Eurasians, Eastern Eurasians, and Oceanian people. That's what the paper's talking about. They're saying that this event is older than the event that initially happens to Western Eurasians. All right, so I just wanted to share that. Let me get back to this video.
Different people, 3 people at least, right? And we have that in the form of, we have a testimony from Josephus. We have a testimony from Caesar. I think there's another one out there as well, but we know who's over there. So according to Josephus says that the Greeks say that it's Gog and Magog in that area. So I saw someone put in there, well, did Japhet mix with the Horites? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And in particular, you have Gog and you have Magog in that area. At least that's according to Josephus. And then you also have Esau in the area as well, because one of the traits of the people of Yamnaya is, and you'll see this over and over again, they have red hair, blue eyes, pale skin. Red hair, blue eyes, pale skin, right? And
that's not the trait of
Yamnaya. Well, those traits will actually tell us where those specific traits, we have information as to where they came from. I just want to answer that question. All right, so let's keep going, family. Let me see if I have any more slides on this half of the presentation. So I'm going to try to switch back over to.
Here we go with the same map again. I wish, let me grab the other map, bro. I'm sorry, that he used with the Yamnaya.
Let me bust this.
Do you think? But I'm going to grab something.
All right, so this is the paper from 2022, the Ancient Probe, right? By Lazarus et al. What does it say? The Beacon group with larger sample size stands out with higher frequencies of blue eyes and blonde hair. This group territory coincided largely with that of the later historical Celtic and partly Germanic groups of Europe. But none of the individuals from the early Bronze Age Yamnaya cluster exhibited these phenotypes, suggesting a turnover of phenotypes before the time of the written sources. You guys can see there. Let's say Russian Yamnaya cluster. All right. It says here, on the dark skin, under the Russian Yamnaya cluster, 21.1% of them were dark skinned. 100% of them were brown eyed. Excuse me. He said they were blue eyed. No, they're 100% of them were brown eyed. 10.5% of them were dark to black, and 68.4% of them were intermediate skin color. And guess what? 0% of the Yamnaya were pale skin. 0%. All right. So no, what you said is just a bunch of malarkey. There's a bunch of malarkey. Out of the Yamnaya samples that we do have that's available to us, we do not see large prevalence of pale skinned, red haired, blue eyed people. What we do see is brown eyed, dark and dark to black intermediate people, mostly being intermediate skinned people. That's what we do witness. That is what the data is showing us. So what you're talking is hogwash, pure hogwash. All right. Again, it just reiterates itself down here. Same shit. Again, if you look at all these groups, even in Anatolia, pale skin is at 0%. In Armenia to Azerbaijan, the same thing. Iran, pale skin 0%. Levant 0%. So where are you getting this from? How about red hair? You said red hair. They had red hair. 0%. None of the samples of Yamnaya that we have were red hair. None of them. None of them were blonde hair. All right.
Can I share something, bro?
Go ahead.
And it's gonna let me back off of what you're doing. Could you share this for me? You see it?
Yeah, I see the stream.
All right. So where's that other map that right before what you just pulled up, the other map that it came up twice. You know what? Let me come out
Oh,
of
the
this one.
Neanderthal map. The Neanderthal map.
Yes, yes, please.
It's right here.
Because all right, you're showing it now.
Yeah, right there.
All right. So you just made a couple of statements about Neanderthal, the steep populations and the color of the people on this side in Eurasia, right?
Yep.
You was just saying that. Okay. So now we see all of these Neanderthal populations, small pockets, probably populations, right? All the way in Western Asia. So he's saying that the Yamnaya are the one who brung this variant into this area, right? Where all these Neanderthals are. If we go back to well, not mine, his. Could you switch screens to me? You can get back to sharing with me. All right. So as you see, if you look at it again, the two populations that have the light skin variant, which is 5 and 4, there are no arrows coming from them. You have dark skin, like you said, Homo sapien first colonist, number 1. Homo sapien first colonized Europe from Africa 40,000 years ago and are dark skin. All right, so you see their integration. First farm, let's go to 2. Hunter-gatherers in Spain, Hungary, and Luxembourg still have dark skin around 8,500 years ago. Number 2, no migration. There's no arrow showing migration. Okay. Number 3, first farmers. Well, let's go back to 2. You see there's no variance for light skin, right? And you go over to 3. First farmers from Near East moved into southern and Central Europe 7,800 years ago. All right. And we see they have the SLC24A5, which would be 7,800 years ago. That's well before the Yamnaya. The Yamnaya is number 6. But as we see, as we walk through Matala, people in southern Scandinavia around 7,700 years ago are light-skinned, blue-eyed, light-skinned, blue-eyed, thanks to SLC24, it says thanks to SLC24A5 and SLC45A2 genes. So what I'm trying to show here is that all in this middle area, in the other map that he used, because both of these maps we're showing is the maps that he used in his presentation, and all up here in what we would consider Western Asia or Western Europe is where you see these pockets of Neanderthals. But he's saying that all of the white variant or the light skin variant came from uh, the Middle East or from the steep populations into Western Europe via or by way of the Yamnaya expansion. This is what I'm seeing from, like all his work is like it's mixed up. He shows one map with just one population of Neanderthals in the Caucasus, but there's pockets of Neanderthals all in this area in Western Europe, outside of uh, Northern Europe and which is number 5 and number 4, or maybe number 4 itself. Could you go back to your other screen? Right. So up in Northern Europe, there's no Neanderthals there, but they had two. They had 2 variants, and then the other one was around. Go back to the other screen. Number 5, which is pretty much in Italy, right above Italy into what's this area above Italy? Um, on number 5. So
It's
anyway,
just southern central Europe is what that's showing. And everything
right,
on the screen happens within, except one. One happens about 40,000 years ago. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 all happened within the last 10,000 years. Again, no Neanderthals.
right,
So showing this map is irrelevant.
exactly. If you look at the scale and the time.
To the slide. All right, so hopefully you can see the slide, fam. Okay. All right. All right. So again, just to kind of recap what the professor said, he said that most Europeans are most related to Mesmeskaya, that is the Caucasus Mountains. The Caucasus Mountains. So this is just one of the things that ties Europeans back to the Caucasus Mountains. All right, so just to
All
get a couple of
Europeans
terms
came
out the
from
way,
Caucasus
there's a term called introgression. And so anytime you hear introgression in these scientific reports, introgression just simply means, it's the introduction of a gene, or it says introgression. This is from the Webster Dictionary. The entry or introduction of a gene from one gene complex into another. So basically, just think of DNA coming from one place to another, from one species to another. And same here. This is just another definition where it says the integration of genes from one species into the gene pool of another species, occurring when matings between the two produce fertile hybrids. Okay. All right. So just so that family, all these discoveries did not go unnoticed. Like, the publications did pick this up. They did run with it. Whether or not we were paying attention, that's another story. But these discoveries did get picked up by major publications. Now, the major discovery in this front comes in 2017, in October 2017. This is actually an article from around that time, and it says Neanderthal DNA may have shaped our modern looks. And here's another one. Well, this is from 2016. It says Neanderthal derived DNA has significant impact on modern human traits. Here's another one. It says interbreeding. This is from 2014. It says interbreeding with Neanderthals gave some of our ancestors distinct skin and hair. Let me say, interbreeding with Neanderthals gave some of our ancestors distinct skin and hair. I haven't talked about the hair part yet. Don't get mad.
Yeah, you've had to make a bunch of pseudoscience. You haven't went to the pseudoscience yet. Yeah, actually has, so that's a lie. But anyway,
You should have actually showed, because he said Caucasus, like a lot of these people think that Caucasian people are all like Northern Europeans. They just think that all white people are Caucasians. And if you look at the Caucasian people, okay, yeah, Sharon. If you look at the Caucasian people, these people are Armenian, Russian Caucasus. Look at the skin complexion of a lot of these people. It's not what you think. It's not what most people would consider like, uh, Caucasians that are from Northern Europe, or people that they would say are European, Caucasian in Northern Europe and certain far-flung areas of Eurasia. There's a specific people that come from this area. Uh, okay, hold on. I'm starting to slow down now. Pardon self. All right, these people are not the same. They're like Armenian. They have a little hue to them. These are not the same people that you would, consider like Nordics and things of that nature. Ayo, bro.
Within our DNA, and mainly talking about the Europeans. Non-African people today carry Neanderthal DNA in their genetic makeup that is associated
That's a
with
fucking
changes
lie.
in their skin and hair, but also with disease such as.
That's a fucking lie. Oh, I thought he said, okay, he's reading. I thought he was saying no Africans because he does make that claim here. So I'll let him make the claim before I bust his ass.
Diabetes, Crohn's, and even conditions such as chronic depression and addictive behavior. So I want to stress, family, that some things that came over from the Neanderthal also impacted behavior. Now, this is according to scientific discovery, right? The scientific research papers, like this is in their papers. So we can't ignore that, right? All right. So this is what I was talking about, family, as far as like the the Nobel Prize. So in 2017, this gentleman by the name of Svante Pabo, he's with the Max Planck Institute. He wins the Nobel Prize in was it physiology or science in 2022. This is based off of his work in 2017, and where he actually he uses this, basically, I'm just kind of give you a high level overview. He basically uses a database of like 200,000 people in UK, and actually today it's like over 400,000. But back when he used his when he did his research, it was either like 100,000 or 200,000. I want to say 200,000, but 200,000 people, and he used that database to compare it to the Neanderthal database, and he was able to confirm that which genes specifically came over from Neanderthals. And this is like what I say. This is like the nail in the coffin. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, he's winning a Nobel Prize for this thing, fam. Right. So it's been thoroughly vetted, and this is the discovery that went it seems like it just went unnoticed, within our community and in other communities. It says, let's see here.
He's not winning a damn Nobel Prize, and maybe we should end the show on this tonight because it is getting late. He's not winning a Nobel Prize because he believes that Neanderthals are, space pirates that came down and mixed and magically created white people. He doesn't believe that. But anyway, to address what was said there, all you need is just one article here. So this is the article published in 2020. The Neanderthal DNA you carry may have surprisingly little impact on your looks and moods. Because that's the claim that he's going to bring up. He's going to bring up papers from 2014, 2017 that make these claims. And even within those damn papers, it says it's impossible to make those inferences. We have no way of telling if that's true or not. Even within those fucking papers, which I was going to go through and show you all those quotes. But anyway, running out of time here. Neanderthal DNA you carry may have surprisingly little impact on your looks and moods. Icelanders can't blame Neanderthals for their red hair and freckles. And that's what he's been doing the whole goddamn video. It's saying that you get these genes and these variations from, directly from Neanderthals, which is a fucking lie. It says here, if you think you got freckles, red hair, or even narcolepsy from a Neanderthal in your family tree, think again. People around the world who do carry traces of Neanderthal in their genomes, but a study of tens of thousands of Icelanders finds their Neanderthal legacy had little or no impact on most of their physical traits or disease risks. This includes their lighter or pale skin, as we've been showing all night. That comes in the Holocene after Neanderthals are no longer on the planet. Paleogeneticists realized about 10 years ago that most Europeans and Asians inherited 1% to 2% of their genome from Neanderthals. And Melanesian Australian Aboriginals get another 3 to 6% of their DNA from Denisovians, Neanderthal cousins who ranged across Asia 50,000 to 200,000 years ago or so. A stream of studies suggests that gene variants from these archaic peoples might raise the risk of depression, blood clotting, diabetes, and other disorders in living people. The archaic DNA may also be altering the shape of our skulls, boosting our immune systems and influencing our eye color, hair color, and sensitivity to the sun, according to scans of genomic health data in biobanks and medical databases. But the new study, which looked for archaic DNA in living Icelanders, challenges many of those claims. Researchers from Aarhus University in Denmark scanned the full genomes of 27,566 Icelanders in a database at Decode Genetics in Iceland, seeking unusual archaic gene variants. The researchers ended up with a large catalog of 56,000 to 112,000 potentially archaic variants and a few surprises. They found, for example, that Icelanders had inherited 3.3% of their archaic DNA from Denisovians and 12.2% from unknown sources. 84.5% came from close relatives of reference Neanderthals. Next, the researchers calculated the association of Neanderthal and Denisovian DNA with 271 traits. Unlike most previous studies, the team examined whole genomes, which allowed them to evaluate whether modern human genes were also influencing traits. They found that most traits were better explained. I want y'all to hear this part with modern gene variants, meaning most of these traits that we see today in the variability of modern humans, like their skin color, their eye color, their hair color, like the freckles that was mentioned in the article, are coming from modern gene variants, not archaic ones. I mean, they have nothing to do with Neanderthals. It says only 5 traits were notably influenced by archaic DNA. The researchers report today in Nature, men with one archaic variant had a slightly reduced chance of prostate cancer, and both men and women carrying 2 other variants may have reduced height and accelerated blood clotting, says bioinformation Montesian Lawrence Skov, a postdoc at the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology, who led the research while at Aarhus and Decode. Contrary to previous studies, the researchers found no statistically significant association between archaic DNA and freckles, hair color, eye color, or autoimmune disease like Crohn's disease and lupus. They conclude that Neanderthal DNA only has small effects on complex traits such as height or depression, in which many genes interact. The team did not examine immune function or cranial shape, for which there is strong evidence of Neanderthal influence. Population geneticist Joshua Key of Princeton University says the discovery of Denisovian DNA in Icelanders is fascinating. He notes that it likely didn't come from a Denisovian who paddled to Iceland, but from a Neanderthal or modern humans who mixed up with a Denisovian long before present-day Icelanders reached the island. But he adds that the relatively small impact of Neanderthal DNA on most traits is not surprising, given that our genomes are mostly modern DNA. Max Planck computational biologist Janet Kelso agrees, but says archaic DNA may have different effects in Icelanders than in other populations. For now, says geneticist Carl Stephenson, CEO of Decode and lead author of the study, we just have to swallow the fact that Neanderthal DNA doesn't make as much of a difference as previous studies claim, but his team has further work planned to clinch the case. They will study how Neanderthal and Denisovian genes are expressed by studying levels of more than 5,000 proteins in Icelanders in the Decode database. So again, all those claims that he's about to read has not been substantiated, and the truth is that these genes do not play a pivotal role in skin color, hair color, and eye color. It's just that fucking simple, and that's the motherfucking deal. I'm out of here, man.
So you mean the butt part? He left out the butt. He left out the caveat to the paper. He left it out.
He left all that shit out.
He left it out.
We can go to that right now. Like, this shit is not. He's gonna go into a flurry of papers and not even read the shit. Okay.
And I understand that we are very familiar with all of these papers and these talking points of the geneticists. Like, I mean, this is not going to get past us. It's not going to get past us. And we're hoping that, our audience already know what it is. They love this when we do this, But hopefully, this spreads. Like, you can't do this. And we're not, listen, YAP is here to pull your skirt up every time you get to pseudoing up DNA. We're not going to let y'all deal what y'all did 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 4.5 years ago, uh, arguing on Berean's channel about DNA and hit a wall because y'all surface dwellers. You're doing it again. If we wasn't here, this would have landed probably on who was it that was arguing with them back then? Abu. Matter of fact, Abu would have got a hold of this. You know what I mean? Back 5 years ago, 4 years ago, and he would have tore this to shreds. And Faithful would have been with it. All of them, all of the people that y'all hate, all of the people that y'all hate would have tore this up, and then y'all have been back to square one again. So that's my last. That's it.
Right, man. This shit is just stupid. All of this is just, like I said, sleight of the hand, trickery. These people are not good people, man. They just here to try to, bamboozle the damn crowd. Neanderthals are just early humans. There's no magical space pirate element about them. They didn't come down, and they're not a part of the Nephilim that came from outer space or some shit like that. They're just humans. They're archaic humans. That's it. Okay?
Facts.
That's all you get from that.
That's so boring, bro. Why can't we have it be more exciting?
Yeah, why can't they be?
Nah, what we gonna do is the YAP gang as brothers, and sisters who claim, Israel, as well as, Jews, Bantu Jews and Israelites. What we're not gonna let the rest of the Israelite community do is continue to pseudo all of this all of this work up. All of this great work these scientists did, all of this information, we're not going to allow you to do it. So take heed.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to find this one more paper here, and then I'm gonna call it quits for the night. I gotta go to bed, get ready for work in the morning. Y'all know how that go. All right, so let me go here.
So I guess we're gonna have a part 2 tomorrow, right? You finish up the video or what?
Yeah.
All right.
Full text PMC. Pull this up because he reads from this paper, and again, he doesn't try to even attempt to even read this. And just real quick, in a quick fashion, let me do this. So I shared this in Telegram earlier. I was like, it took me 2 seconds to figure this shit out. So this is a paper he's going to later on, he's going to show real quick. The contribution of Neanderthals to phenotypic variation in modern humans is the paper. And he's trying to peddle his ideology of, Benayah being serpent people and Neanderthals, contributing to this lighter skin or whatever, blah, blah, blah. So right here, he'll read this part right here. Multiple Neanderthal alleles at different loci contribute to skin and hair color in present-day Europeans. And these Neanderthal alleles contribute to both lighter and darker skin tones and hair color, suggesting that Neanderthals themselves were most likely variable in these traits. But if you actually read the paper, it tells you, however, evaluating the broader contribution of Neanderthals to common phenotypic variation in modern humans or inferring Neanderthal phenotypes has not been possible, largely because of limited number of studies that collect genotype data together with common phenotype information. So it tells you that what he's claiming the paper is doing, it's not, it can't, it's fucking possible. That's what the fucking paper says.
So the buts and howevers he has been avoiding.
Yes.
Because every paper, there's a but and a however. If anybody's been paying attention in the audience.
Yep.
The buts and howevers. Okay.
Yeah, so that's the motherfucking deal. We out of here, man. Gang.
Yeah.
Fuck this nigga, man. Like ain't nothing to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ain't shit.
Oh, we already gone, I think.
Ain't shit sweet, bro.
At all.
Want me to put the link in for Adam so he can come up?
Get out the club, fuck around and catch a hollow trying to mug, ay. Now with the drama, I just want the plugs. I ain't with the drama. Am I wrong if I beat a nigga ass? Am I wrong if I beat a nigga ass? These rap niggas be talking so crazy, like I won't beat a nigga ass. My daddy told me take him back to the 80s and just beat a nigga ass. Am I wrong? If I call Cookie G for a wax blunt, it's already 3 in rotation, you just passed one. Drinking Tron straight, I'm only chasing where that bag going. She don't need no extra motivation when that ass growing. Ay, pop a bottle and get out the club. Fuck around and catch a hollow tryna mug, ayy. Ay, not with the drama, I just want the plugs. I ain't with the drama. Ay, am I wrong? If I beat a nigga ass? Am I wrong? If I beat a nigga ass? These rap niggas be talking so crazy, like I won't beat a nigga ass. My daddy told me take him back to the 80s and just beat a nigga ass. Ay, am I wrong? If I call up a bag you ain't never seen? Ay, bitch, I can't make this up, this ain't Maybelline. Baby mama say she having the Mercedes dreams, and my outlet just cost and he want everything. Pop a bottle or get out the club. Fuck around and catch a hollow tryna mug, ayy. Ay, now with the drama, I just want the drugs. I ain't with the drama. Am I wrong? 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 If I just beat a nigga ass? Am I wrong? If I beat a nigga ass? These rap niggas be talking so crazy, like I won't beat a nigga ass. My daddy told me take him back to the 80s and just beat a nigga ass. That boy can go home to his family if I just beat that nigga ass. I'ma beat a nigga ass. Am I wrong? If I call up a bag you ain't never seen? Bitch, I can't make this up, this ain't Maybelline. Baby mama say she having the Mercedes dreams, and my amigo just called so they want everything. Pop a bottle or get out the club. Fuck around and catch a hollow tryna mug, ayy. Ay, not with the drama, I just want the plugs. I ain't with the drama. Ay, am I wrong? If I call Cookie G for a wax blunt, it's already 3 in rotation, you just passed one. Drinking Tron straight, I'm only chasing where that bag going. She don't need no extra motivation when that ass done. Ay, pop a bottle or get out the club. Fuck around and catch a hollow tryna mug, ay. Ay, now with the drama, I just want the drugs. I ain't with the drama. Ay, am I wrong? If I beat a nigga ass? Am I wrong? If I just beat a nigga ass? These rap niggas be talking so crazy, like I won't beat a nigga ass. My daddy told him take him back to the 80s. They used to beat a nigga ass. He could go home back to his family if I just beat a nigga ass. I'm gonna really, really, really beat one of you niggas ass. It's a wrap.